is breathing again, and the fridge is making noise. Do you know what it sounds like in here? Because of the dog, it sounds like there's someone in a hospital bed behind us on a ventilator. It's like
Chloe, move.
that's what it sounds like. It's not the worst sound. It's just it's a little creepy. Hello, everybody. If anyone's here, which there might not be.
Nobody yet. Or no one talking yet. Oh, Quality Garbage is here.
Hey, Quality Garbage. How's it going? One of my eyelashes is bent into my eye. I can't get it out. Does that ever happen to you?
I can usually get it out. I usually just pull it out.
Okay, I think I fixed it. That was pretty bad. Do you know what's weird? The little things like that where you like having a blocked nose, or you have a little bit of a cough or sore throat, and I feel like, especially with a blocked nose, especially when I was a kid, whenever I was a kid I had a blocked nose, I couldn't get to sleep, I would lay in bed and I would think, God damn it, why didn't I do all the things I wanted to do in my life when I didn't have a blocked nose?
I feel like that when I get sick. Especially if I have a head cold and I'm all, eyes tearing and congested.
When this blocked nose is gone, yeah. I'm gonna change the world. Like I'm gonna do all the things I wanted to do.
Appreciation.
And it lasts for like 3 hours when it's done. Mm-hmm. Volume is a bit low, really. No, it's the same as yesterday. Hold on. I'm gonna move the microphone, so sorry. Test. Okay, that does nothing. Okay, we now know that does nothing. Why'd the screen go dark? Test. Why is the screen dark? Did the game crash? Oh, wow, it did. The game crashed. Can you still hear us? Can still hear. Okay. Okay, how about that? How about now? We're going into the red on the microphone, but we're not clipping. In fact, I think I'll turn it up a little bit more. Alright. Still not clipping. Yeah, okay. That's about as loud as I'm going to talk. I might laugh and it might clip when I laugh, but yeah, okay. There you go. Did Finn have the microphone today? Probably. At some point he grabbed it? Yeah? I mean, he probably...
I think he touched it at least, because I remember him being excited that it was on your desk instead of mine.
Yeah, that's okay. Damn, the game crashed. I can't believe it crashed. I mean, it's so well put together. I'm surprised. I don't know if anyone watches all the streams, like every single stream. And I don't know if anyone just people who are watching the Danganronpa 3 VODs on YouTube also watch this one. But I just wanted to say real quick that the comments on the latest, the Danganronpa V3 video that went up today on YouTube is the one that is about how the game is ruined now and I don't like it anymore and all this stuff. And I just want to say that the comments have been really good. There's a lot of people disagreeing with me, and they're actually arguing the point. They're actually discussing it and whether it's good or not and why it might not be good and why it is good. They're actually discussing it. They're not like, well, this is just your opinion, so fuck you. Like they're actually having a conversation, not just with me but with other people too. So
it's kind of reassuring.
Yeah, good job, Danganronpa V3 fans. You're better than most in this regard. At least in this case, you are. So good job. I'm pretty chuffed. Okay, so I can see chat kind of, and I can see the game, and that's all I need to do. Okay. Can someone explain to me how the Q&A works? Were all the questions asked in advance? I still want to ask about the witness. Yeah, so this is a Patreon Q&A primarily. So every single month we put up a question prompt and we answer the questions at a stream at a later date. We try to do it at the end of the month, but sometimes things get in the way. For example, at the end of this month, there was stuff with the channel, with the streams, with Lily's pregnancy, and also a massive windstorm that swept through New Brunswick. Did you hear? I was watching the news when I was at the restaurant today. There was a TV station, Atlantic News, CBC. There's one.
It exists.
And yeah, and I think the guy was in Fredericton. I don't think he was in Moncton because it swept over the whole.
Yeah, they had problems there too.
The whole province. And he said he was on vacation. He looked up on the news to see how bad the wrecks were, the power outages were and everything, and saw a picture of his own house with a tree resting on it.
Oh my god.
So he came home from his vacation
early.
Can you
imagine that?
Yeah.
It's your house?
Yeah.
What a way to find out.
Pretty crazy. Anyway, so you ask the questions on Patreon. And you are limited to 2 big questions and as many little questions as you like. It is the $3 pledge reward. You ask them and then we answer them on stream at the end of the month. This is October's, even though it's November. And then, we put it up on YouTube later, but really you're supposed to watch the stream or you watch the VOD on Twitch. The last one for September hasn't gone up on YouTube yet because it actually takes me quite a while to render them all together and then go through them and write out when everyone's timestamp is for answering the questions. It takes me about an hour or 2, sometimes even longer than that. So yeah, so if you want to ask a question, go do that, and if you want it guaranteed to be answered. But I really don't recommend pledging to the Patreon just to ask me a question. Like, this is a bonus. Like, all the pledge rewards, none of them are ever supposed to be, hey, give me money for this. It's if you want to support the channel and the streams and everything that we do, the Patreon is there, and here's a little thank you. It's never supposed to be give this amount of money for this thing. So yeah, chances are if you ask a question enough in chat, I will eventually answer, but you're not going to get the same in-depth answer that you will during these, because this is what this whole thing's about. Hey Josephie, how's things in Canadiana? They're okay. It's a bit cold. I went out for a long walk today. I was out for about 2.5 hours, right?
Yeah.
I had to go and get my bank card expired, and they sent it to the old address, even though I updated the address with them like a week after we got here, and they sent it to the old address. So I had to go to the only bank branch in Moncton for our bank to get a new card. So I walked downtown today and then I walked back. Saw some guy get his bike stolen. That street, by the way, with the park that you like, at night, it is dark.
Yeah.
Like, there's hardly any street lamps.
There's no lights in the park?
There are some, but they're the kind that are on Main Street.
Okay.
They don't do much illumination. It's brighter in the park than it is on the street. Like, I couldn't see my feet. And it was only like 6:37, Like, it's dark.
I really like that street in the daylight, though. It's very nice. I'm curious, like, if we went down there in winter, which we won't, but, like, what it would look like at the snow,
Did I get accosted by any more NPCs? No, but that guy getting his bike stolen felt like a random event. I think I was the NPC, though, because as I was walking away from the bike getting stolen and the guy shouting, "That's my bike, you bitch!" And they start like literally fighting. Like the guy was grabbing him, fucking punching him, and I'm like, turn around, nope, I'm not going there. And I walk down the other street instead, and there's a couple and their kid coming towards me, and I heard the mother say, "Whoa, what's that shouting?" And then I went, NPC mode, and I said, "There's two people having a fight down there. I wouldn't go down that street if I were you." And then I kept on walking.
It's rubbing off on you.
So I was the NPC, I wasn't going to tell him, but then I saw they had a kid, and I'm like, okay, like, so yeah. NPC pox is spreading, yeah. What was I saying? It's getting really cold. Oh, remind me when we're done, if you can, or maybe if anyone chat can remind me. When we're done, I have to go out and I already turned the water off in the basement, but I have to go out and I have to let the tap run on the side of the house so all the water gets out of the house so it doesn't freeze, because it's going to go below zero soon. It already has, but it's going to go below zero soon and stay there. I already turned the valve off downstairs, so I just need to drain the water out of the pipe, out of the faucet.
That's for just outside, right? Because I really do need to do laundry.
Yeah, just outside.
Falling behind with everything since I've been sick.
Can't see your feet, must be tall. I'm 6 foot, so I'm actually not tall. I'm not short, but I'm not tall.
If you want to switch and you want to carry this baby, you won't be able to see your feet very soon. A couple months.
That's true.
You forget what they look like.
Is it a novelty when it's over?
Yeah.
Look down, like, oh, hey, feet, how's it going?
It's really weird. You forget, and then you're like, oh shit. And it just kind of sneaks up on you one day, and you're like, oh, what happened?
Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. Oh, I don't have my, someone just subscribed, and I don't have my list. Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. Hey, so if I had a discussion on Twitter today, and I'm just curious what you guys think. Just as a way of, just polling some people that are here. Do you think it's disrespectful to reveal details on something that an artist is making before they're done with it and before they want anyone to know? Because yeah, it was about video game leaks and about, journalists doing investigative pieces where they find out about games that aren't out yet or are canceled and are never going to be out, and they reveal details that they can find out about them from leakers, and they publicize it, and the people who, most of the people who worked on it don't want it out there. And I don't know, I feel like if it's on an individual level, it's absolutely 100% disrespectful, but when it becomes a team, I think it becomes a little more nuanced. And I still think it's disrespectful, but it's not as clear cut. I had some conversations with some people, and they were good conversations, but I feel some people don't understand that there's a difference between entertainment journalism and journalism that is more about serious things. Entertainment is serious, don't get me wrong. It's definitely worthwhile, but doing an investigative piece on an oil company that might not be disposing of, their materials correctly, or aren't acquiring their oil in a ethical way is not the same as, oh, how's this secret game project going on? You know what I mean? Like that's a bunch of artists making art, and I don't know if someone leaked a video that I was making before it was done, or a book I was writing before it was done, or even worse, a book that I was writing that got scrapped, and I don't want anyone to know the first draft or anything like that, because that's a lot of artists revel in this idea that, okay, if I do a first draft, no one has to see it. You know, it's actually a way that a lot of artists, it's the only way they can start the ball rolling, is that no one has to see how shit this is at the beginning. Yeah. And for that to just be, hey, here's all these secret juicy details about this stuff, and this is how it's going to turn out, like, I would be so mortified and angry. I think that's what happened. As much as everyone hates her, I did feel sorry for her. And hate is a strong word. Stephanie Meyer, or Meyer, whatever it is, the Twilight lady. She had a book, I think it was in the Twilight series, and she had another book that was coming out, and it got leaked, and she canceled the book. She was like, okay, fuck you guys, you don't get it.
That sucks.
Yeah. It was a first draft, and she was like, fuck you guys, you don't get it then. So, yeah, I don't know.
First draft, but still, so much goes into a first draft. She did all that work, and then...
Would my opinion change if it's a leak about something bad in an upcoming video game, e.g. loot boxes? No, I don't think so, but if it's on a very technical standoffish level, like if the leak was, hey, this game is going to be a shooter, it's like, okay, like I think that's fine. Or, hey, this game is going to have loot boxes, maybe that's okay. Or, you know, very, very bare bones, just surface level details. I don't know how that could ever leak in a way that's going to be a story anyway. Like, that sounds like a purposeful leak to me. I don't think that could ever really happen. But, you know, here's how it was going to work, and this is what the ideas that they had, and this is why they couldn't make it work, and you know, this story about how this bunch of artists failed to make art. Let's learn from it when they don't want us to. It's like, oh, wow, like, no thank you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's wrong, but I do think it's disrespectful. It might be wrong, but I don't know. I don't know. Is this a gambling stream? Yeah, we should probably explain this. So this is the Q&A stream, and this is the visuals on the screen. This is going to be the whole thing. So, like, I might hit B on the controller by accident at some point and go back into the casino, but then I'm just going to go right back to here. This will be the only thing that's on the screen the whole time. I'm just going to sit here and press Y while we're talking. So treat this more like a podcast. You can just listen to it if you want. And we're just going to be answering questions from chat and Patreon. But Patreon gets longer answers and guaranteed answers. And if you are someone who is really into the Danganronpa V3 streams, there's going to be nothing happening on the stream. It's just collecting coins to use in the main streams. Yeah. What if the leak is just X game is being made with no big details? Hollywood announces films used in advance, but it seems like the gaming industry loves to self-congratulate itself with all reveals. And while that's fun sometimes, it's not really necessary to keep things that secret. That's definitely more nuanced. I don't know about that, because at that point you're not really spoiling anything that the artists are creating. You're spoiling the marketing part of it. I still think that it's probably morally wrong at some point, because the effect of the leak is that that company is probably not going to be able to do their marketing campaign, and no matter what, they're likely going to lose some money, or the effect of the money that they invested into marketing. Sometimes the leak can be intentional and part of marketing, so it's a little hard to tell. But I don't think that is wrong in the same way that that revealing what the people working on it were doing and might not be happy with, you know. I think that's where it gets bad. I think it's harder to judge because it's a group compared to an individual. Yeah, I think it's definitely harder. Aren't games on average 90% marketing and 10% art? I think big budget titles might be that high. I'm not sure. I have read that as much money as you spend on video game development should be put into marketing as well. So it should be 50-50. But I don't know what it is on the big budget titles. I'm not sure.
Not a basement podcast, it's a living room podcast.
Yeah, that's why there's noise. Yeah, the background noise. Thanks to you, I tried Dark Souls 3. Lawless is running around, arms creeping around me suddenly. I scream and raise a fist at my terrified wife trying to hug me. Todd Howard has done it again. Hope you liked Dark Souls 3. What's my favorite book that I've written? On an individual level, probably Silver Crusader. It's the first book in Bounty Hunter Series 3. It can function as a standalone story and also as an introduction to that series. And it's probably where I think that the story started getting a little better than good. I think that it starts out okay. Like Series 1 of Bounty Hunter is okay. It's not bad. It's not good. It's just okay. And then you get into Series 2, and I think that most people, even the readers that like those stories, have told me that it got better in Series 2. So I think it gets good in Series 2. But Series 3 opens with a novel. Silver Crusader is a novel, whereas the other ones are novellas. And I really like that story, Silver Crusader. So after that, there are 5 more stories after that in Series 3. That Silver Crusader is about 80,000 words, I think, 80 to 90,000. And the ones after that are anywhere from 40 to 60,000. So they're still long, whereas in Series 1 and 2, Series 3 of Bounty Hunter is longer than Series 1 and 2 put together. So before that, they were around 10 to 25,000 words each, the stories. And there are 5 stories in Series 1, 6 stories in Series 2, and 6 stories in Series 3. So in Series 3, the stories got a lot more complicated and more developed. There are more characters, there are more plot lines being explored. But Silver Crusader is my favorite. But if we're allowed to, anything, view it any way, the end of Series 3 is my favorite because I was able to pull stuff together that was established in the first story. So it's kind of stunning to pull something off like that. As a writer, not as a reader. Some of the readers liked it too, but as a writer, it's really thrilling to lay the foundation of something that won't have a payoff for literally over 500,000 words later. This foundation is being set without you realizing it, and then 500,000 words later, hey, that's what that was about. That's what that reason was, and it's like, oh wow, it was really, really good. I'm not saying it's like flawlessly pulls it off or anything, but I thought I did a decent job at it, and I enjoyed writing it. So that was probably the most fun I've had writing something, and also what I'm the most proud of after that. Similar in the Monster Slayer series, the end of Monster Slayer series 2 has some similar details where things get pulled together that were set quite far in advance. But yeah, I think the most latest stuff that I've written is the best because I got better as I went along. Really miss writing. I think we're gonna talk about writing a little bit. There's a Patreon question about writing. Silver Crusader is about a xenophobic serial killer that is hunting aliens on the humans' new prime homeworld called Arikura, and they're killing any aliens that they can find, and that's the premise of it. And our bounty hunter is trying to stop them. I like it. It's good.
It's a good one.
What time is it here? It is 12:10 here right now. So it's just past midnight. Anyway, let's start with Patreon because hold on. Let me say thank you to people who subbed, and then start with Patreon because we're hoping to get the Patreon done tonight. Otherwise, we're going to be here tomorrow or another day after that. Thank you, Foxy Die, for the 12-month resub. That was when the sub was down. Still stuck in VOD hell. Want me to tell Past Joe anything? Thank you, Foxy Die, for welcome to the 1-year club. Thank you. Hopefully you hear this. I'm not sure if you watch the VODs for the Q&As, but hopefully. Verdant Hope has resubscribed 40 minutes ago, so that was before we started, for 8 months. Thanks for everything, Joe. I enjoy your stuff, even if I'm a lurker VOD boy. Also, Nagito equals best boy, plus pretty sure he had the hots for Hajime. Damn, I think he did too. I think that's a good ship. Hajime and Nagito. Thanks for everything, Joe. Thank you, Verdant Hope. Thank you. Mute Draco, you some bits to say, just finished watching the I Have No Mouth and I Must Eat playthrough on the YouTubes. I'm not sure if it was a really bad fever dream or the slowest brainwashing video I've ever watched. Yeah, it wasn't very good, and I don't know why it got voted up so high. I can understand why people like it. For sure, I can understand why people like it. But it's very, niche, and it's obscure, and I don't quite understand how it got such a following to get up there, because from my understanding, even in the stream, a lot of people that were there had never seen it before. So maybe it was just the title. I don't know what happened there. Maybe there were some voting shenanigans that were going on to get that up there as high as it was. But yeah, I don't think I regret playing it, but it was very strange. Typical adventure game bullshit, and a lot of it too. Yeah. Thank you, Primal Urge, for the new sub with Prime. I've said your name before, Primal Urge. I don't know when, or maybe it was something similar to it. But yeah, thank you very much, Primal Urge. Welcome to Prime Time, or welcome back to Prime Time. Cat Hands has resubscribed for 12 months. Welcome to the 1 year club, Cat Hands. With a message, we really out here doing it. Subbing for 12 months, that is. Damn. We're out here doing it with Cat Hands. Do you think Cat Hands has trouble, like, zipping up sweaters?
When I think of cat hands, I think of keyboard cat. So no, I think they can manage.
Thank you very much, Cat Hands. And thank you, Frosted Bricks, for the 12-month resub as well. Welcome to the 1 year club, Frosted Bricks. Hard to imagine a stream without fan art. Dog, can you not scratch the floor? Hard to imagine a stream without fan art or anime. Congrats on the baby. Looking forward to another year of waiting for Witcher video. I don't think you're gonna have to wait a year for it, but thank you very much, Frosted Bricks. Thank you. I haven't started any other big projects apart from that, so yeah, don't worry. There's nothing else that's gonna rope me in. But thank you very much for the 12-month resub and the congrats on the baby. Let me pat a tummy.
Thank you, Frosted Bricks.
And last but not least, thank you, Xfia, which I've also think I've said this name before, but maybe not. Thank you very much. Welcome to Prime Time. Thank you, Xfia. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome to the Rub a Dub Sub Club.
Yeah, we have to do the streams this late so the kids are asleep, and then we can do them together, because otherwise he'd just be in the basement doing them by himself. Yeah, so we do it this late so Lily can be a part of it. But I don't know if that's going to be forever, so... Yeah, we always say that. We always say there could come a time where I have to fly his own questions.
Fly the Q&A solo. But anyway, let's get started.
Pet cat is soft. Says, "Hi Joe, how are you doing? Just want to say I'm new here, but I adore your critiques. Anyways, the questions."
Thank you very much, Pet Cat is soft.
How long do you think you'll carry on reviewing and analyzing games?
Probably forever. I don't think I can ever turn it off. That's not your question though, but I'm just taking it as a general answer. Yeah, once you start analyzing something and really looking at something in depth, you can't ever turn it off. There are a part of video games that are ruined forever for me because of that. Yeah, for sure. It's once you learn enough about how they're made and how they're put together, how they work when you're playing them. It's the same as if you take any class on film. Film is in a slight way ruined for you. There comes a deeper appreciation with that too, so it balances out, I think. When you will appreciate things that other people won't if they don't know how it was done, or they don't realize that what you're witnessing is something very, very difficult. They say that about magicians, that the Penn and Teller stuff that they do, that if a fellow magician can actually fool Penn and Teller, or any magician can fool any other magician, it's just the most mind-blowing experience for them. It's like, oh wow, like like, holy shit, you actually took me back to that place, you know what I mean? And they appreciate the artistry of it. And so I think you can get there too, but yeah, I don't think I can ever turn it off. As for making the videos, which is I think the real question, I have no idea. It could be at least another 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, I don't know. It could be a month, you know, like YouTube might explode next month and there's not a platform for it anymore. But I don't think that's going to happen. I don't really have a 5-year or a 10-year plan. I will say that the long-term goal is to go into video game development, at least with 1 or 2 games to try it out and see how it goes. I don't know if that's going to be feasible. I don't know if we're going to be able to afford it, but that long-term goal would transition from video game development on a small scale to actually having a company, running a company, probably a very small company, and making 1 or 2 games at once and going over to that side of video games. I've always wanted to make a game, even from when I was a kid. So, you know, like, yeah, I would really be interested in doing that. If that started as a company, I don't know if I'd have enough time to also do the videos. And I don't know if it would be cool to do the videos. And I don't mean cool as in, you know, put my fucking shades on and go out and look at the sun. I mean cool as in, would I be in a bad place to be making games while also criticizing them? You know, like that might be seen as really poor taste. Yeah, so I don't know if I would continue doing it at that point. Yeah, I think that's it.
Outside YouTube, what's your profession and how much do you enjoy your job? I hope that doesn't count as 3. Thanks. Fingers crossed I get to hear your reply. Give everyone a hi from me.
Thank you, Pet Catasoft. My job outside of YouTube is streaming on Twitch. I have an answer for that now. That has been asked before. Yeah, YouTube is my job. I don't do anything else. I used to do other things, but yeah. So technically, outside of YouTube, it's Twitch. So yeah, there are three sides of my job. There are making the videos on YouTube. There is streaming on Twitch, and there is community management, which is discussing things with people on Discord, in the YouTube comments, on Twitter, and there's also the side of talking to other content creators, or getting things, getting commissions done, you know, talking to artists, you know, getting information from people that I need for certain things. Sometimes it doesn't lead to anything that people see, but it still takes up quite a my time. There's also a 4th side of my job that's secret right now, but yeah, that's the 4 things that I do. If you're asking what I used to do before this, I was a writer, and I wrote quite a few books that I sold on Amazon. They're self-published. I made quite an okay living like that for the short time that it worked. Lily also did it. We sold quite a lot of copies of our books on Amazon until Amazon changed their self-publishing algorithm overnight, which is why I've been so scared that it's going to happen to YouTube with the videos. So yeah, I wrote books. Before that, it was just odd jobs. I worked at a warehouse for a while. I worked for a doctor for a while. Yeah, just anything I could do. I did some technical writing online, was that sort of thing. Yeah, just nothing really that interesting. Yeah, that's it. Sorry, I can't. I try to give as long answers, as long as I answer as I possibly can, not just because I can go in depth, but also because I want people to feel like, hey, he talked for a while answering my question. But I don't really have anything else to say about that. Sorry.
Jack S says, "Hey Joe and Lily, glad you enjoyed my book recommendation last Q&A, Significant Zero, and hope both the kids and yourselves are doing well."
Yeah, I haven't read it yet, but I definitely do want to read it. Yeah, I remember the suggestion. Yep.
Question 1. Lily, I was listening to some past Q&As, and you mentioned that you have watched 13 Reasons Why. As having just recently rewatched the show, I was wondering what your thoughts are overall, and if there was anything that you thought that was particularly great or bad on the show.
Oh, great. It's a Lily question. I'm going to sit back. Do you want to move closer to the microphone a little bit?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if you mean the first season or the second season or both, so I'm just going to assume you mean both, because the second season just came out, and that was really being heavily promoted on Netflix. So, I don't know how to answer this without spoiling anything.
Okay, so let's just say, we're going to discuss, and by we I mean Lily is going to discuss spoilers for 13 Reasons Why. It is a show on Netflix that is about a girl who kills herself and leaves 13 tapes that are the 13 Reasons Why, I assume. She leaves the tapes behind for people to listen to, that she is kind of weaponizing her suicide as a form of revenge on these people. That is not a spoiler, that is the concept of the show. That's the whole premise. So if that sounds like something that's interesting to you, you may not want to listen to the podcast. I think we'll call that podcast from now on. You might not want to listen until someone says in chat 13 reasons why spoilers are done. So spoilers start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Overall, I really enjoyed the show. I probably enjoyed the first season more than the second one. The second one started off, I thought, a little bit weaker than it could have been anyway. The first season ends with her killing herself, and I thought it was really well done. I thought it was a little over the top, the reasons that get her to kill herself. Like, for example, the car accident where they hit a stop sign and she wants to immediately call and report it, and the driver says, no, we'll do it when we get to a phone, we'll do it. And she rushes to a convenience store to use their phone to report it, and it's already been called in because someone from her school just happened to be there and have an accident because she didn't report it in time. So now she blames herself for this guy dying. So I thought that was probably the weakest reason why she kills herself. But as the show goes on, it goes from basic bullying to rape. So, like, by the end, I really did feel for her. And it's going to sound horrible, but I kind of was like, well, I kind of see why you would want to do that. So, I felt it affected me in a way that I really did sympathize with her, even if I maybe couldn't empathize. But the scene in which she kills herself is extremely powerful. And
graphic.
It's very graphic. They don't hold back. And I really felt, when I was first watching it, I was a little bit concerned about how they were going to do it, and if they were going to do it justice. And there's been a lot of talk about whether it's in a way encouraging suicide or promoting it in some way, or go ahead and kill yourself, leave these tapes behind, and you can get your revenge, you can make them pay, you can get them in trouble. It's more about them facing the consequences of their actions, as that's the way that they put it. But it still is kind of a very double-edged sword, I guess you could say. It's really hard to get that right. And you see her kill herself, and she goes into the bathroom and she slits her wrists and she dies, and her parents find her, and it's really sad, and it's really disturbing. And as someone who's often depressed and who has been suicidal, it really, really shook me. And I felt like that was the intent that it was supposed to. They could have
That was a bad timing, Jana. Dog, what the hell?
I felt like they could have shied away from it. They could have glamorized it, but I didn't feel like they did. But they start off the second season with the trial that is between the girl is named Hannah. Hannah's mother especially, is suing the school, saying that there was bullying, and it was obviously in the tapes, and the tapes have become public now for the most part, and the school should have known and been able to do something to prevent the suicide. And I thought that was a really weak way to go, considering it's on the tapes that she's raped. And again, it's hearsay, but there is another girl that comes forward in the second season and says that same guy raped me, and it doesn't really go anywhere. And I don't know if that's realistic. the boy in the school is from a very prominent, wealthy family. So it's possible that money will just buy your way out of a rape case. But, there's evidence of multiple rapes and shady behavior. And I thought that would have been a much better way to handle the trial if he was on trial instead of the school. And the school, there's not enough to hold them. The school gets off. The guy gets off. So I got about 3/4 of the way through the second season, and I was really pissed because I felt like I wasted my time, and I felt like everything they had built up and presented just didn't go anywhere. And it wasn't until there's another sexual assault that happens that is more graphic than Hannah's, I would say, and almost as bad as her suicide. And I was really disturbed by it. And it causes that person who you've already been kind of building up as someone who's extremely unstable and who likes guns. So my thought was, okay, he's going to come in with guns and he's going to shoot up the school. And that's where they're going with this. And I was really disappointed with the ending. And I felt like, once again, they built up all this shit, and I'm ready. And I'm ready for them to get it this time. And it just kind of ends. So overall, I liked it. The main thing I liked about the second season was that they stopped martyring her. And in the first season, it's very, she's died, she was so young, she was so beautiful, she had so much going for her, it's so tragic. How could all of you do this to her? How could, and some of them have done more than others. Like, you can't equate taking pictures of her with rape, with the stop sign thing that happened. Like, there's so many more minor things that were done to her that I feel they stretched a little bit. But they stopped martyring her, and they have like a memorial service for her and everything. And she's not perfect anymore, and I really, that was the best part about the second season for me, was it was less about if you kill yourself, then you're special, and people suddenly care, and people are suddenly sorry, and people suddenly will look at their behavior and wish they hadn't done that. Instead of doing all that while you were alive, it takes you killing yourself to get to this. And I thought that was really mismanaged in the first season. And as much as the suicide itself, I felt kind of undid it a little bit. It did send a little bit of a bad message. But I felt like they did take that back a lot. And she's in like almost every episode, probably every episode, as a ghost, or as a hallucination. They don't really say which, but you're kind of left to believe it's probably a hallucination.
Did they prove that she's a ghost?
No.
Okay.
So I'm saying she's probably a hallucination, but she's there, like, and talking to the different characters and trying to get them to not be mad at her in a lot of ways. And I liked that they were mad at her. I liked that people were angry and people were disappointed and people, why did you do this? Why didn't you talk to me? Like, this was kind of a plot point now, instead of just, oh shit, I wish I had been nicer to her. So overall, I liked it. Overall, I found it very powerful. Overall, I thought the suicide was handled very tastefully. The sexual assaults, I thought, really drove home how kids can be cruel and what you can do to one another and what the consequence of that might be, whether it's suicide or shooting up a school or, some kind of breakdown, like any of those things is horrible in its own right? But I just felt like they stretched some parts of it. Some things weren't as bad as others. And they stopped martyring her, at least, because that was a bad message. That was probably worse than the tapes for me. You can send the tapes and you can say, because of you, and you and you and you and you, I did this. And if you hadn't done these things, then I would still be alive. And that's bad in its own way. But martyring her to the point, again, that she's so special, that I thought was sending a very disturbing message.
I still think that the better idea for the second season would have been, all right, now we're going to show a different reality where she didn't kill herself and how her life got so much better.
That would have been better.
Not as in like, oh, magical, like, oh my god, everything just randomly solved itself, but like it's still difficult, but it's like, okay, you know what?
It deals with a lot of good issues. It deals with drug abuse, and it deals with rape, and it deals with parenting and feeling misunderstood, and like lots of things that teenagers go through, and it's good for all those things, because I feel like a lot of people will find it relatable and maybe not feel so alone with their problems. So there's so many things about it that I can say it's good and it's well done, but there are a few very sensitive things about it that kind of could have been done better, and there's like a warning ahead of every episode. If you're feeling suicidal, maybe you shouldn't watch this.
Did they have that in the first season?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Because they got a lot of backlash.
Yeah, I don't
a lot
think
of schools were like, you shouldn't be watching the show. Yeah, and I kind of agree, but yeah. Okay.
It's something that's good to watch and have a dialogue about. I think if you watch it with that mindset of as like a conversation point, or like to open up about these topics that are very much taboo, and people don't want to talk about suicide, and people don't want to talk about rape, and people don't want to talk about bullying, and there's so many things that people just kind of gloss over how bad these things can actually be, and how graphic and how disturbing, and how it's very hard to move beyond them once they happen to you. And I thought it did a really good job with that, but the plot was weak and nothing really happens, and they kind of spend a lot of it undoing the mistakes they made on the first one. So, yeah, if that sounds good to you, and even though I spoiled most of it, go ahead. But I think the message is good. I just think they handled it a little bit badly.
Okay.
Question 2. Video games for me nowadays have reached a standstill. Despite a backlog of games to complete, recommendations through a variety of friends, and of course the industry at large telling me that X game is coming out this month and it's going to be the very next best thing alongside sliced bread, I find my passion flame for video games dwindling. My question to you is that, have you ever fell out of love from video games? Have you had a major break from the medium due to feeling burnt out, or just because there isn't something interesting that is catching your eye? Apologies for more of a negative question, but at this point I feel as if I enjoy talking about the concept of video games more than I do playing them. Thanks again for everything both of you do, as well as, of course, the mods, admins, etc. on Discord. Hope both of you have a good day.
Thanks. I don't think it's that negative of a question. It is a bit of a downer to think about. I think that having the channel got me out of a funk that I was in with video games, and thinking about them way more in depth made me enjoy them as much, maybe even more than I did before. When I was a kid, video games were the best thing ever. It was a miracle, and I guess I was very lucky that that when I was in school, I would listen instead of daydreaming. I am quite a daydreamer, but I'm also a daydream, as Leah will tell you. But yeah, I am a daydreamer. But when it came to school, I would listen in class. I would do my homework, but I would get behind on projects, and I wouldn't always do my homework the best way or anything like that. Luckily, we didn't get graded on our homework in Britain. It was graded, but it didn't contribute to the end of year grade. If you don't know anything about the British system, or at least how it worked back then, because it might have changed now, your grade at the end of the year, because it's year 12, year 10 instead of grade 10, grade 12, your marks at the end of the year were 100% based off the final exam, with only a few exceptions. The English class would have an essay halfway through. There may have been one or two other classes that had something close to a midterm or a project that would contribute to like 10% of your grade or your marks. But for the most part, 100% of your marks were at the last exam. So because of that, I would listen in class, and I'm good at exams, so I was able to get quite good marks, and I did very well in school. But it wasn't because I was like, fuck yeah, school. It was just I would just listen in class because it was better than just staring at the wall doing nothing. So I just loved video games, man. It's all I wanted to do was go home and play games, like, or play games with my friends or discuss games. It was my favorite thing. I would still read and hang out with my friends. There was a group of us when I was a teenager. We'd go see movies. We'd discuss the movies. There's still other things that I would do too, but I was really into video games. And I'm lucky that I was able to listen, because otherwise my marks would have just suffered so much. I would say that I started losing interest in games around PlayStation 3, maybe with the GameCube. The first game that really kind of made me disillusioned about the whole thing was probably Mario Sunshine. Mario Sunshine was the first game that I ever was like, oh my god, I'm going to get this game, it's going to be a great time, I can't wait, it's going to be so cool, I'm going to have so much fun, I love Mario 64 and it's a Nintendo game, and then I got it and I was like, whoa. And then I started questioning some things, oh, Wind Waker's coming out, and it's like, well, Wind Waker has, I don't want these shitty kiddie cartoon graphics, I want big boy graphics, and it came out and it was great, but the question, the doubt was already there, so now I'm starting to doubt the things about game development and games that are coming out more. And Sunshine made me, oh, okay, I'm not always going to have a great time with every single game that I think is going to be fantastic. Of course, I played bad games, and I've been disappointed by some games, but never on that level that I did with Sunshine. So I think around the PlayStation 3 kind of time is when I started falling out of love with games a bit, and that was coincided around the time when I first started going to university, and around when I was really into World of Warcraft. So there's this kind of black hole of experience in my video game history caused by World of Warcraft, where I wasn't really playing any other game that was coming out apart from World of Warcraft. There are some exceptions. I remember taking a break from World of Warcraft to play Twilight Princess, some games like that. I did play other games, but it was really World of Warcraft. And it wasn't just because I was addicted to World of Warcraft. I also couldn't afford to play the games. I couldn't afford all the systems. I couldn't afford all the games that were coming out. It was very difficult to justify all that. I remember when I finally did get a PlayStation 3, long after PlayStation 3s were a thing, just to play Metal Gear Solid 4. Like, that was something that we really couldn't afford at the time. That wasn't a good decision that I made, getting that system and playing that game, especially considering that I didn't think it was all that great. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't as good as the other ones that I had played. 3 was a little disappointing as well, but I was expecting this to be more in line with 1 and 2. 3 is kind of like the black sheep of those 4. But yeah, so I feel like I was falling out of love with games and just playing World of Warcraft. And World of Warcraft is sort of poison. When you play World of Warcraft, you start questioning why you're playing the game, and you try your best to do everything as efficiently as possible, and you try your best to play it as little as possible so you can do the other things in the game that are more fun or are that are more like give you bragging rights in the game. There's a lot of farming, there's a lot of grinding. It's disguised really well now through achievement systems and daily quests and stuff like that. But yeah, it kind of poisons you a little bit, and you stop seeing the world, and you just see outlines, you just see maps, you just see objectives. You play World of Warcraft enough and you stop seeing the monsters you're killing. It's just blobs of, oh, these things have the objectives that I need to kill them for. Like, most people, I think, end up just talking to their friends while they're playing, and it's just this thing that's in front of them keeping them busy. It's very much like Diablo in that way, and that can spill over to other games as well. And I think that I was in a funk until I played Dark Souls, and that's why Dark Souls is so important to me, because it let's not soften it. It really did bring video games back for me. And at the beginning, when I first played Dark Souls, if I had streamed it, you would have heard me complain a lot. I'd be like, this is really slow, it feels awful, I don't like it, why is it so difficult, I'm dying a lot. I fell for the trap of going in the cemetery, so I died way more than I should have. And it wasn't, until I kept I kept coming back to it. Like, I was bitching the whole time, and I was so annoyed by the game, but yet I couldn't stop playing it. There were times where I just turned it off and went, fuck this, and just walked away. And this is coming from someone that had played a lot of hard games. But it made me realize that the reason why I was dying so much wasn't that it was hard. It was that I wasn't taking it seriously. I was poisoned by World of Warcraft. I wasn't engaging with it like I should have. And once I started engaging with it, it became a much easier time. It became a more enjoyable time, but it taught me a lesson. So, so that's why Dark Souls is so important to me, and that's probably why the channel started, was because I wanted to talk about it so much. Because Dark Souls 2 came out, and it was like holy shit, like I don't know. I feel like maybe some other gamers are the same way, and that's why Dark Souls has such reverence, because it is definitely not the most difficult game. It's not the most put together game, but it does demand that you give it your attention and demand that you give it something of yourself that I think maybe a lot of people missed. You know, I don't think I'm alone in how important or influential that World of Warcraft was, because so many people played it and so many people got enthralled by it. And so many people got poisoned by it. So I think, yeah, it's Dark Souls that really brought that back. I don't know if I've ever really fallen out of love with gaming more than that. There have been times where you're tired of it and you just want to do something else instead. And that's okay. The games will be waiting for you when you get back. It was really interesting to me that I played World of Warcraft so much that when I did go back, I'm going to sneeze. Sorry about that. That when I did go back and finally catch up on some backlogs of games, it was like I had experienced a jump from the N64 to the GameCube again in visuals, because I had just been playing World of Warcraft for so much. It was just like, oh wow, games look great right now, you know? Like it was incredible. It was really cool. But yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I would suggest that you try to play more indie games and look for things that are more creative and have a lot more love put into them. There are going to be indie games that are a little bit by the numbers, and there's a lot of indie developers that I don't think should be called indie developers in the same way that the indie developers used to be called. You know, like you can get some really polished and vanilla experiences from indie games now. Like there a lot of them are kind of AAA light. So maybe AA is what everyone is saying now. I'm not sure, but they're definitely not the kind of charming, kooky stuff that you used to get all the time. Whenever you heard indie, it was like, okay, this is going to be a little rough and a little flawed, but it's going to be really unusual, and that's not the case anymore, I don't think. There are indie games that are like that, but I'm just saying the indie title doesn't mean that anymore. But I would suggest trying to find some things that are out there. Don't play every game that comes out. Don't go with every recommendation. Just go with what really appeals to you the most. I do think that AAA games are in one of the best places that they've ever been right now. I think there are cases of them experimenting. I was stunned that Uncharted 4 had more than Uncharted 3, that they actually tried to improve the gameplay. I wasn't expecting that at all. And the level design as well. Like it's so much better than the other games. It's still not fantastic, but it's so much better. God of War, I'm still floored how much effort went into that, you know? Like it's incredible. So there are AAA games that are trying. They are still, you know, uncommon, but they are there. But yeah, I would suggest trying to look into indies, or just take a break, or only play something that really, really appeals to you. That's my suggestion for that if you want to get through the funk. Sorry, someone in the chat saying Metal Gear Solid 3 is definitely not the black sheep. It's even probably my favorite of the first 4. Everything after 4 is bad though. Well, I don't mean black sheep as in bad. I mean black sheep as in it's the odd one out, right? That's what black sheep means, isn't it? Or does black sheep specifically mean shunned? I thought black sheep can mean shunned, but it's also the one that goes its own way, right? Like the black sheep of the family doesn't necessarily mean everyone hates that person. It's that's the one that's kind of, I'll come to Christmas and all this other shit, but I'm just going to do my own thing, right? You know, someone's trying to say the odd one out. Yeah, the odd one out. You know, like Metal Gear Solid 3 is not the same characters based in a it's a prequel. It has very different gameplay up until that point. I played the original. I haven't played Sustenance, so that's my opinion is tailored around that. So maybe Sustenance is makes it a little more in line with the rest of the series. I do not think Metal Gear Solid 3 is a bad game. It's just the odd one out to me. A lot of people think that 3 is the best one in the series. I think 1 is the best in the series, but my ranking would probably go 1, then 2, then 4 equals 3. 3 is my least favorite, but it's still good. I enjoy my time with 3. Like we're comparing, all these are good. You know, like it's don't think that because that one's last, it's like, oh, it's shit. Like no, they're still good. But again, I only played the original, so like maybe 3 would be my favorite if I played Sustenance instead of the original. Is it subsistence? It's not subsistence or sustenance? I should play the updated version and see. Yeah, with that system, I used to not care up until the month before exams, and then I would find past papers and just practice them and practice looking up what I got wrong and learn how they want me to answer, and then I did well in the exam. How did you fare that way? Cheers. Yeah, that's you can game the system that way. I just listened in class, so I didn't even really have to study, you know. When I was younger, I had a really good memory, like so sharp, but that is dulled like hell now. I will still have moments where I'm just like, boom, I can remember that. But I think that as time's gone on, life just kind of wears you down a little bit, you know, like, and not in a bad way, just in my life today is, no exaggeration, at least 10 times more complicated than it was 3 years ago. So just from now to 3 years ago, when Finn was born, we're talking 10 times more things to think about. So the house, the job, you know, all the different parts of the job, the kids, being a father, you know, the marriage, moving, you know, just constantly, just so much going on, you know. It's very hard to focus on something. It's why the past month or so I've been trying to watch a little bit more TV and movies, because there's just something about that being so passive that allows me to just zoom right into it, and it's like, oh cool, I just got to just focus on one thing. It's like someone turning the noise off, you know. It's like, oh nice. So yeah, and I think that's part of why I'm not as sharp as I used to be when it comes to memory, but I can still have my moments when I make videos, and I put them together, even with the really long videos, and I need to find an example for it. 9 times out of 10 I just remember, I just know where it is, you know. And sometimes, like the 1 time out of 10, I do have to go digging, and that's when it takes a long time to put a minute together of the video, because I have to go really digging for it, and oh, where the fuck was that? But most of the time, I just remember. So I still have my moments, but I'm nowhere near as sharp as I used to be when I was a kid or a teenager for things like that. Com908 has resubscribed for 13 months. Thank you very much, Com908. I can't believe it's been this long. Your videos have changed my life for the better, and I can't wait for the next 13 months, John. Really? Oh, thank you, Com908. I think you're exaggerating, but thank you so much. Another 13 months of John Sanderson.
Nice to see you, by the way. I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, thank you, Com. It's going to be special when we get to 17 months, because that's a 9 plus 0 plus 8. 17 months. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Jod Lodi, for the new sub with Prime. Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome to the Rubber Sub Club, John Lodi. And the Wazoo using bits to say your work has honestly helped me out so much. It made me love games even more, and you and Lily are inspirations. I don't mean to suck you off too much, but honestly, you're my favorite content creator. Thank you, Joe. Well, you're very welcome. Thank you so much for the nice comment, the Wazoo. Thank you.
That's nice.
It's a lot of people say that I suck the fun out of games, and I don't think I'm like that, but I can see where they're coming from. So it's always nice to hear someone say, hey, you've made me appreciate this more, or it's always nice to hear, I played this game because of your video, and I really loved it, so thank you for introducing me to this game. Because it's like, it's come to this really cool restaurant, I know you'll really like it, or come watch this movie, or here's this band, you know what I mean? Like, it's so cool, introducing someone to someone like that. Anyway, are there any questions in chat that are that have been asked a couple times before we move on Patreon?
If they were, I missed them. So
have you ever played D&D? I have not, and there's a question like that in Patreon. It might be one of the next ones, actually. I have never played D&D. I do not think I would like it, but I'm willing to try it. I don't think I would like it.
A weasel walks into a bar. Barman asks, "What do you want?" "Pop," goes the weasel.
Dark Souls. Oh, people are saying play Dark Souls because of me. Hollow Knight, Persona. Cool. Yeah, Persona's pretty fun. It's so unique.
Are you an auditory learner?
I don't know what kind of learner I am. I do know if you watch the streams enough, especially when it comes to Persona and Danganronpa, you'll notice that I will sometimes skip over words, and I will make up words, and sometimes sentences will merge together on the different lines. I don't know what I am, because I don't want to say I'm dyslexic, because I don't think I am dyslexic, but I'm something like dyslexic. It's a very, very mild case of whatever it is, but even when I was a kid, I would write sentences and I would skip over words as I'm writing. So I would write, "The dog goes to the park," and I wouldn't write "the." I would just skip over it.
Do it with writing a lot, with the scripts and with the novels,
yeah.
Whenever we edit them, yeah.
So even when I'm typing, I do that too. I do it when I'm reading, I do it when I'm writing. It's just something that I do. I don't know if it's just like minor narcolepsy moments. It's just like a little sleep attack in my head. I also forget where I'm going with thoughts sometimes. I'm surprised that I function as well as I do with that sort of thing. But yeah, I do it quite often, and I don't know if that hampers how I can learn from reading. I do know that I can follow things better when I'm listening, but I feel like I absorb it better if I'm reading. But when I'm reading, there's a high chance that my mind will start to wander while I'm reading. Like a sentence will make me think of something else, and suddenly I'm thinking of something completely different as my eyes are still going down the page, and I've read a whole page. Like I acknowledge the words that are on the page, but my mind has been somewhere else the whole entire time, and now I have to go back and read the whole page again. And that doesn't really happen as often with listening. So maybe I'm more of an auditory learner than a reader. I think the best one is when there's someone speaking to me with visual examples, but not necessarily in a video. I think the best is actually on a chalkboard or with slides. That's the most engaging for me, and I can follow it the most. So I have something for my eyes to do, and I have something for my ears to do, and my hands are already doing something else. So I'm good, and I can follow it all. And I think that's where the best for me. Yeah.
I'm not auditory at all. Not even a little bit, I think. So it's cool that you are.
Do you know what I find is the most bullshit thing? That dyslexic is so hard to spell. That's just cruel. Just like if you have a lisp, you can't say lisp. What were they thinking?
But that's why they did it.
It's bullshit.
So the word kind of fits the meaning.
Wow, you just literally described me when it comes to thinking elsewhere while reading. I can only read maths and pay attention. Yeah, it's sometimes the struggle is real, man. Like, but when I can fully concentrate, it's fine. But yeah, there are times where I have to put the book down and go do something else. It's like I read the paragraph and it happens, and I read it again and it happens. It's just, yeah, it goes back to so many things in my head, and I'm thinking about too many things. Those thoughts aren't deep. It's not like, oh wow, I'm such a deep fucking thinker. It's not like that. It's just things just happen and they pop in. So that's that. Yeah, math or maths. I actually think that
despite it being mathematics, I think math is better. You know, maths, like, they're both correct. Mathematics is just being shortened to math, whereas mathematics implies the plural, so when you shorten it, you put the S, so it's maths. They're both technically correct, but I think that math sounds better, even though I'm British and we all said maths. Yeah. There's something kind of childish about maths, isn't it? It sounds like something a kid would say. Yeah, I don't know.
When I hear maths, I think schedule. It comes across as
schedule,
being very foreign to me.
Yeah, I don't like schedule. Schedule just sounds better. I had a
principal once who pronounced it that way, and he used to come over the PA system and he would talk about the daily schedule, and we would all snicker because we were immature.
I love how these Q&A streams. I love these Q&A streams so much, especially how I just did it there. I put the how in the first line of the sentence. That's why the first line on the screen. I just did it there. Especially how non-chat like chat is. Ooh, chat is being non-chatty. Same. I think it's because I say what I want to write at the same time. So if I say the word before I type it, I skip it on accident. Yeah, it's also like some people think way faster than they can write. So a lot of people, when computers became more prevalent and they could type a lot of the stuff that they wanted to do, it was like, oh wow, finally my fingers can go the same speed as my brain, you know. And it's like, oh cool. But there's something lost in the deliberation of writing it out. I don't hold pens properly. I don't know if it's because I just didn't learn right the first time, or we moved around a lot when I was a kid. I went to, no joke, more than 10 different schools when I was a kid. So I don't know if it's just teachers kept teaching me different ways, and it just kind of just turned into this amalgamation of holding a pen like a fucking gorilla. But yeah, it's just, it physically hurts my hand to write for more than 5 minutes. So I don't like writing by hand, but there's something lost, I think, with the slower pace. John Irving writes everything out by hand, and then he transfers it over. At least he used to, yeah. But he used to write it all out by hand, and yeah, I think that both ways have their merits, yeah. You think dyslexic? Sorry, hold on. Your auditory Lily, I can hear you. Oh, okay, there you go. Good. Yeah, there you go. You think dyslexic being hard to spell is mean? Here's the word for fear of long words: hippopotomonstro sesquipedaliophobia. What the fuck? Why would they do such a thing? Why would they do that? Joey Lord 13 has subscribed for the first time in Prime. Welcome to the Prime Time, Joey Lord 13. Thank you so much. I don't know why I like that name, Joey Lord 13. And Xvia used 100 bits to say, my Patreon question is on Joe's narcolepsy. I noticed this was already discussed a bit in last month's Q&A, so could you touch on your experience with sleep paralysis and dreaming instead? Sorry if this is a touchy subject. No, it's fine. When we get to it, we can add sleep paralysis and dreaming instead of it. Sure. It would probably come up anyway. You asked a broad question about narcolepsy, so we'll probably get to it. Hey, I'm coming from watching your Persona 5 VODs on YouTube. I have played the game as well, and I'm curious on if you know that the game was not completed to the level they wanted it to, hence the reason why there are not the best story moments sometimes. Have you seen the gameplay trailer for the game? Most of what they imagined seemed to be inscribed. Really? Because it was delayed so much, right? I moved schools every single year until 8th grade, and I suffer the same issue, especially moving from Brazil to the U.S. In Brazil, they teach British English, so I sound like a fool to most Americans and British people. Yeah, that's the problem I have too. You know, I say different words from different places, so yeah, it's pretty hard. You know, like, it seems like such a little problem, but it's really not. No matter where I go, you're pronouncing that wrong. You're pronouncing that wrong, and it's not even in your proper accent. You know, like, why do you say HP? You know, it's just so, yeah, it's pretty frustrating. Anyway, to go back to Persona, yeah, I feel like Persona 5 really could have benefited from a bit more time. A lot of the social link stories are really bad. They're really not cool. They're not done well at all, and the dungeons are too goddamn long. If they could have maybe cut every dungeon in half and put all of that development time into making more dungeons that are better, more stories, or more social link stuff, I think that would have been really good. But yeah, a lot of the stories are pretty bad in Persona 5, but I still really love that game, and I hope that there's a Persona 6 or something like it. Like, I know it took so long for them to make this one, but who knows, or someone else does something like it. I wonder if there could be a Western Persona. Last time I said this, I think someone said Bully is the Western Persona, but that game's pretty old. I think I would like to see a Western style Persona. Just join the Patreon. Should I ask a question through a direct message, or is there a post I'm missing? The post prompt happens every month. Usually around the halfway through the month we put up the prompt, but I can put it up early. It's fine. So in a week or so, there'll be a prompt up saying, hey, you'll get an email and it'll say, hey, prompt questions for November. You can scroll down through the list of the posts on Patreon. You should see the old one, but we're already answering those questions. So yeah, just look for the next one. You can try asking a question in chat tonight, and we can, if we see it, we'll get to it though. Okay, last thing that last thing I'll say is thank you to Mr. Kiru for the sub. Welcome to the Rub a Dub sub club, Mr. Kiru. We're saying that a bunch tonight. Thank you very much. Thank you for the sub. And let's go. Next question on Patreon, please. Lovely assistant
yes,
Lily.
Sir.
Lily Bell.
Oh yes, okay. Next person is Switch.
Hey, Switch.
Hello, Lily and Joe.
Ooh.
I'm currently watching your August Q&A on YouTube on the 10-hour mark, and I heard that eventually when you get a stable source of income, you'll close Patreon down in order to justify your time spent working on novels instead of videos. Would it be possible to either reestablish this current Patreon to support your writing instead of videos, or close this down and make a new one for people who don't get the message? Maybe I read it wrong. I don't know. So people who don't get the message won't accidentally stay donating.
Okay, yeah. So the long-term goal, and again, this is a long-term goal, so I don't know what's going to happen, is that is to eventually close down the Patreon. The Patreon is a source of quite a lot of stress, but this is not going to happen until we are doing something else that the Patreon won't even support anymore. So I don't think it's going to be an issue. That would stop when we're making video games, or we're spending most of our time writing books, and the videos still happen now and then, but we're writing the books. But I don't think that's likely to happen. I don't think that becoming an author is ever going to happen to me after this. Now, I still think I'm going to write books, and there are a lot of books that I want to write. We'll talk about that later because someone else asked. It might even be this person. I don't know if it was Switch or not. I have many books that I want to write, but I'm never going to be just a book writer. So that's not going to happen. So the Patreon closing down would coincide with video game development, and if we're developing video games, then we not only do we not need the Patreon, how can you have a Patreon for video game development? I don't know if that could happen, unless it's just me and one other person, or something like that. But in my vision is a company, and a company can't have a Patreon. I don't think. At least I don't think they should. So. Yeah, but I don't know, maybe I brought it up too soon, or maybe I was in a really bad place when I talked about it before because I was feeling a lot of stress, but I don't think that we should have any problems. This video that I just made and a lot of the scripting that I've been doing, this video should have been done much sooner, but the problem is that I was working on a video on the Messenger, and then I realized that I needed footage of Ninja Gaiden from the NES, and it happened around when all the emulators went down. All the ROMs went down on MU Paradise, and I didn't feel like I could put up emulator footage of the game, and I didn't have it either. So I wanted to get an NES Classic to get the footage in Ninja Gaiden, which may seem really backwards. You might be thinking, Joe, you're being way too careful, especially considering that I may have used emulator footage in videos prior to this, maybe, but I felt scared at the time because Nintendo is really tyrannical sometimes, so I wanted to get the NES Classic. So I ordered the NES Classic, and I'm like, it's not going to be here for a while, so it's here now, but it's not going to be here for a while, so I'm going to start the video on the Hollow Knight DLC. So then I started the video on the Hollow Knight DLC, And it took me a long time to finish the Hollow Knight DLC because I beat the last Pantheon. And I tried a lot of times to beat the last Pantheon with restrictions too. If you don't know about the last Hollow Knight DLC, you can do the Hollow Knight DLC with your nail, your sword at its base level, with only 4 masks, which are hearts in that game, without only 1 soul tank, and without any charms, or all 4. So I kept trying that, and that took me a long time. So there was a delay because I couldn't beat the game, which is probably the first time that's happened, or I couldn't beat the game with restrictions. And I gave up, actually. I couldn't do it. I don't think anyone can right now because they hotfixed something that allowed people to do it with all 4 of the restrictions. So no one's been able to do it since then, but I'm not sure. I haven't looked it up. So I couldn't do it, but I did beat the last Pantheon without those restrictions. And that took me a little while, but yeah, so I did that, and there was a delay because of that, because it was so difficult, which is kind of cool. I enjoyed myself. So yeah, but the point I'm getting to is that I made this horror video in, I think, 3 days. Putting it together, the video part took a day, not a full day. It was a bunch of time the night before, and then I finished. No, it took 2 days. It spread over 2 days. So the night before, then the morning, and then a little bit on the day after that. So technically 3 days, but two days in the way I look at it, because of the way sleep was going for me at the time. So it's not too bad for me to do quick videos like this, and there should be regular content. So I'm not going to feel too stressed out about Patreon from now on. So it shouldn't be that much of a source of stress. So these kind of videos, like, expect quite a few of them from now on. Yeah, it's not that difficult, especially if the game itself, which I have a lot to draw from now from playing a lot of games on stream. I know that the game isn't that long and isn't going to turn into this big huge thing, kind of like what Hollow Knight DLC did. Yeah. So that's what it's going to be going forward with until Witcher's done. So yeah. Hollow Knight DLC confirmed. It was already confirmed. Yeah, so don't expect the Patreon to go away anytime soon. If you like donating money on Patreon, I guess some people do.
Probably like feeling them to be a part of it.
Yeah, I know. I'm always surprised. I'm still surprised. It's been a big deal for so long, the Patreon and making money through the channel and everything. But it's still surprised. Every morning I wake up and I'm like, oh wow, we still get to do this. It's really something. It really is. Anyway, next question from Switch.
In regards to a novel series that may happen within the next couple of years, what kind of books do you guys want to write? To put my question more precisely, I would think that there are many ideas for books that you both would want to write, but may not be a common want from an audience, which may make the novel not sell as well. However, since you'll be getting an income that's stable before you even start to write anything, it would be possible to play around with your ideas and not conform it so much to a target audience. So I'm curious, with a wide variety of possibilities, what kind of novels would you both wish or want to write without worry?
Yeah, so for me, I would finish the Bounty Hunter series and the Monster Slayer series that I've already started, and I primarily started those stories for money. They're genre fiction. They're not meant to be like holy shit literary art or anything like that. They turned into something that I'm quite proud of by the end, but at the beginning they're very, straightforward. They were made more around the concepts rather than anything, any deep story. It's supposed to be stories that, what's it about? It's about someone who kills monsters. Okay, cool, I know what that is. I'll give that a try. It's not supposed to be.
It was very. It was kind of simplified.
Yeah,
even the titles were simplified.
Yeah, it's meant to be just get your attention. Okay, cool, I'll give that a try. And then later on, it became something that's more complex and has a little bit of depth to it. But yeah, so I'd finish those. But the other novels, I don't think I would write anything ever again after that I don't really want to write for myself. I did my best with the genre fiction, and kind of like what Terry Pratchett did when it comes to Discworld. I am not Terry Pratchett, but like what Terry Pratchett did when he said that he was going to make this series just to have fun with the cliches. That's what he said when he started those, or when he was in the middle of them, something like that. You can have an enjoyable time writing what you consider to be maybe not your best work, it can be a little more loose, and there's some freedom in that. I know that Terry Pratchett, despite saying that he's going to have fun with the cliches, had some quite profound moments in those books. So unfortunately I haven't gotten around to reading them yet. I only know from what people have told me. I have read some Terry Pratchett stuff, but not his Discworld stuff. So what I would write, I have a bunch of book ideas. The one that I've spoken about on stream before I knew that I couldn't write without being a father, which is a post-apocalyptic story about our world, that everyone below a certain age dies in a disease. So sort of like not a zombie outbreak, but just something grown in a lab somewhere. It's not really important, to be honest. Just some plague, some disease spreads throughout the whole world and kills everyone above a certain age. And the reason why I need to be a father is because I want the protagonist to be as young as possible, and I want the age cutoff to be as young as possible. So what is the youngest what's the youngest age on a protagonist that could possibly survive this apocalypse, while there's also some kids that are older than him and therefore are very have advantages, that sort of thing. So I would like to write that sort of story, for sure. That's an idea that I've had in my head for a while. The other two big ones, the one that I don't want to talk about, but I will just mention the concept, is that I wanted to write a dual narrative story about two people that grow up together, and one of them becomes a serial killer as the time goes on, because of the death of their mother, when they're very, very young and the mother dies. And that's the story I've had in my head for a long time, and that would be more literary. There'd be a lot to do with that. I'd like to write that. That wouldn't be a series, though. That would just be a one-off novel.
That's the one I'm most excited about.
Yeah. So that I've written quite a bit of that already, and I would like to get back to that. I don't have anything else to say because I don't want to talk about that, because that one's pretty personal to me. But I feel like a fraud if I didn't mention it. The other two, there's one story that I didn't finish that I was writing that I was really into, and I actually stopped writing it. That was the story I was writing while I was making the videos, and it was called Starship Spite. So Starship Spite is about a starship that has left the Milky Way. It is the first starship to ever travel between galaxies. It is moving between the Milky Way to Andromeda, and it's kind of like Mass Effect Andromeda, actually, but I started it first, so fuck you guys in BioWare. I had the idea way before they fucking did. It's not an original idea anyway. It's not even original for them. Anyway, it's about a starship that is moving between Milky Way to Andromeda, that is outrunning or leaving the galaxy after aliens showed up and killed all of humanity. So this is the last ship, and it's called Starship Spite because they're doing it out of spite. They don't think they're actually going to get to Andromeda, and they've built their whole entire culture, and it's going to take like 1,000 years to travel between the Milky Way to Andromeda. And it's all about the culture that is built up around hating these aliens, and the only reason that they survive is, fuck the aliens. So they're the last remnants of humanity, and the story takes place, when I was writing it, in the last 10 years that they're about to get to Andromeda, and there have been 10 or 12 or however you define generations. There's been 10 to 30 generations that have lived and died on this starship that have populated themselves, and and they're almost there. They're almost gotten to Andromeda over this 1,000-year journey. It's a place where engineers are basically like a cult. Like the engineers that keep the ship going are like there's like zealotry about them. You know, they're celebrities that live on the ship. You know, they keep the ship going. They're idolized. There's a line very early on in the story where the main character, Miranda, has her son that is in school, and everyone gets a vocation assigned to them depending on how good they do in school, and she wants him to be an engineer because engineers get to live in the best part of the starship, and they're idolized. And there's a line that the teacher says, you know, your son is very, very bright, and, you know, he could be an engineer, but you know what? We're probably going to have him settle at surgeon. You know, like that's how much engineers are, you know, put on a pedestal in this starship. So yeah, there's that story. And the reason I stopped writing it was not just because of the videos, but it's also because I felt like it needed more time. I wanted to have more political commentary in it, because I wanted to have it be sort of an allegory for what happened to our society in the 20th century. So we're in a part where there was just a baby boom, and, you know, there's a big segregation of society into different classes of, you know, literally upper class in the upper part of the ship, you know, middle class, lower class. You know, I wanted to have more of that. I wanted it to have more characters that I would bounce between from, instead of just being about Miranda and her son. I wanted to have different perspectives from different parts of the ship. I really like that story, but so I'd like to get to that at some point, and I would like to make it more literary than just the kind of quick story that I was writing at the time. So yeah, I was enjoying that. The last one that I'll talk about, and then Lily can talk because I'm waffling on too long, is a very long series about a world. I've spoken about this one on stream too. That the opening the opening sequence is about an organization that is committed to keeping the world from reaching Armageddon. So this is an urban fantasy story, and it's basically our world, but what if there actually were vampires, ghosts, zombies, witches, whatever you think they're there. You know, that's what it is. And it's based of the idea that I've always said that I know there is no such thing as ghosts, and I know there is nothing paranormal at all in the world, because if there was, it would have been discovered when every single phone had a camera put in it, because now everyone carries around a video camera and a high megapixel camera with them. So if there was any possibility at all that these things existed, we would know now, because everyone carries cameras around with them when that wasn't the case before. So that the idea is born from this organization, and this is the start of the story, where all of the monsters become acknowledged by this world that is based on our world. So the split would happen around the time that the iPhone happened or something like that, maybe a little bit before that. And this is this organization that is all about trying to keep the world from reaching Armageddon, is lamenting over a TV commercial that is introducing the new iPhone with a 10 megapixel camera, you know, and it's this really like upbeat scene of this advertising, and there's like this Armageddon society that is like head in their hands. Oh my God, we're fucking doomed, because now everyone's gonna find out that these things are real. And yeah, so that's the concept of the whole entire series, that is going to bounce around between probably 6 different characters with different books that I'm really excited to write. I have so much of that written out. You know, there's the detective that has an imaginary friend that may or may not turn out to be imaginary. You know, like there's someone who literally goes to hell and then comes back, you know, from it. You know, stuff like that. There's a lot of that I have mapped out, and I would enjoy writing that. I'm not sure if that concept is enough to be like, oh, that sounds good or not, or if it sounds kind of weird because I'm not saying any of the other details, but I would love to write that. And that's sort of probably the closest thing that I currently write. You know, that seems to be more genre fiction-y, but I think I would have a lot of fun just making a really good story like that. Is the imaginary friend a cute girl? She actually is, yes. Monster Girls? I can add some Monster Girls, sure. What about you, Lily?
Future writing projects?
Yep.
I'm not good at talking about my books.
then don't. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Like, I waffled on for enough. That was a long enough answer. So don't if you don't want to.
It's not that I want to. It's just. Okay, well, I have to finish editing Stella Lake, right? The Secret Life of Stella Lake. That has to go and be edited, and then, probably rewritten a bit, and then that will be done, finally, after, 4 years. That's about a girl who goes missing, and when she's found, there's a whole secret life that she had, and a whole other side to her that nobody ever knew about, and the reader's supposed to wonder if the events that caused this to happen actually happened the way that you think they did, or if she's actually just completely crazy and she's basically created the whole thing, and this is just an extension of her craziness. So there's that one. There's the one I'm working on now about affairs. There's 2 couples that it follows, and their siblings and their significant others, and it's about these 2 people, James and Maya, who have an affair, and he's doing it because he's not getting the attention at home because they have 4 kids, and the wife is bitter and everything, and unhappy, and so he decides that it's within his rights to find affection elsewhere, and Maya wants desperately to be pregnant, and her husband isn't doing a good enough job, so she decides if she spreads herself around literally, that maybe she'll get pregnant, and the fair ends badly, and Maya starts to unravel because it's been 6 months now and she's still not pregnant, and what's wrong with me, and she deteriorates psychologically to the point that she just completely snaps and just loses it. So there's that book.
Sounds fun.
That one is not a murder mystery. That one, someone does die in it, but that is not a murder mystery. That's
first one, right?
Yeah. There's the Witches book that I'm going to rewrite as a horror book, and I wrote that book as a novella under a different name. That's the very first book that I ever wrote and finished properly, and I want to make that a novel, and I want to bring that one back, and I want to try and focus more on the darkness in it. That's about a girl who finds out that she's a witch and can't control herself at all, can't control her power, and finds out that there's many generations of ahead of her that have died young and violently, and it's about her trying to learn to control her power and figure out who she really is and where she really comes from, because she's been lied to her whole life. And I'm hoping to make it as dark as I possibly can. I'm gonna have fun with that one. I'm working on something autobiographical, which may not see the light of day for anybody else. It might just be for me, but I'm really finding it very therapeutic to write about certain things that happened in my life, a lot of which we've spoken about on streams and stuff, but I'm giving it kind of a new voice now, and I'm going through it in a very specific way, which is really kind of purging, I guess. There's a serial killer book I'm planning on writing about. It's tied actually to the Stella Lake story. There's a woman in there who goes missing, and this is her story. And there's 5 women who are missing, and over the course of several years, and it's being investigated. And there's a man whose wife has disappeared, and he feels she's probably been murdered. So he starts trying to recreate what he thinks might have happened to her by abducting these different women. So it's kind of like there's 2 murders going on. It's the 5 women are not necessarily by one man. You know what I mean? They're by two separate killers. But he starts systematically picking off women of different ages and different backgrounds and stuff like that to kind of experiment, so he can make peace with the fact that this might have happened to his wife. He never knows what happens to her, so he tries to he's nuts. He lets his imagination go wild with what could have happened, and he kind of starts taking it one step further. It starts with breaking into a woman's house and and watching her while she showers, that kind of sick, kind of predatory, and then the next thing you know, it goes into rape, and then it goes into and it just progresses and progresses as he tries to figure out what might have actually happened. And of course there's a twist. And there's my fantasy series that I want to write that's historical based that I want to tell with witches and vampires and ghosts and haunted houses and all of the usual typical.
Are there any monster girls?
Not sure yet. I could get on board with that, but not really sure what they are, so maybe. But I want to retell periods in history. I love history, so I think it would be really interesting to take a period in history and get it as close to the mark as I can in terms of facts, but have it, instead of it being, for example, political and religious wars and stuff like that were so common, 500 years ago, but instead of Protestants and Catholics, it's witches versus vampires.
I like that. Yeah, I like this story.
And but try to keep it as close to the facts as I possibly can. Do my research, make sure I'm right. Like I've got it all down, and then have basically twist it and have fun with it as much as possible. And eventually, I want to be able to get away from murder mysteries and get a little bit more literary. But I feel like I'm not ready yet. I feel like I have all these books I want to write first that are more grounded in literary fiction, or in not literary fiction. What's the word? Genre fiction. And I kind of want to get them out of my system first before and hopefully I'll be an improved enough writer by then that I will be able to take on something more Irving-esque than I don't think I would do it justice right now. I think I'm not ready yet. But I do feel like I'm improving with every book. So I'm really curious how things will be and where I'll be when all of this is done. That's everything for now. I don't have anything else. That's a lot, though. Good luck to me.
There are some questions in chat about books. What do you think of Brandon Sanderson? Lily and I have never read Brandon Sanderson, but I'd like to start at some point. Mistborn sounds interesting. From what I've heard of Sanderson, he sounds quite good, and he's quite prolific, and the way that he plans his stuff seems to me that I think I would enjoy his stuff, but I have no idea. But I'm willing to give it a chance and to find out. I don't really have any thoughts on high fantasy. I don't have any series that I could suggest, sorry. I haven't read that much fantasy, despite having written some. I don't really like most fantasy books. I didn't like Lord of the Rings. I tried when I was a kid. I really liked The Hobbit. I liked The Hobbit a lot, but I didn't like Lord of the Rings. I've tried to read it three separate times, when I was a teenager, when I was a little older, and then a little older than that. My favorite fantasy writer is Robin Hobb, and my favorite fantasy series is the original Farseer trilogy. So I'm not that big into reading a lot of fantasy books, unfortunately. Sorry, most of the time I don't like them. I feel like a lot of fantasy writers try to emulate Tolkien, and I don't like Tolkien. So yeah, I should give him a chance at some point. Maybe I just was too young to appreciate him, but yeah, not my thing. Too bloated, which is ironic considering the videos, but yeah, not that big on him. Sorry. Have I read any Neil Stephenson? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think he's been on my list for a while, though. Did I just leak my books? Hey, if it comes from yourself, it's okay.
These things are not set in stone. Like this is where I'm planning right now, right? But things change, and I don't have it all. You could ask me a bunch of questions right now, and I couldn't give you answers to a lot of them because I'm not writing them yet, so I haven't planned out enough of it yet to know. I just have a general picture in my head of what's going to happen, and I'm going to start doing queries again and trying to get an agent. So hopefully I'll be more than self-published at some point in my life, and I can actually have a traditionally published book, and then I can get Joe in. That would be nice.
I would love his lectures on creative writing. Really? Maybe I should look them up. Someone just said something about I don't like fantasy. I'm a fake nerd alert. I like fantasy. I just don't like a lot of fantasy books. I think that was really what solidified that I do like fantasy, was that I like a lot of fantasy games and movies. Games more than movies. I like the setting. I just don't like. And they were walking down the road, and the horse was tired, and they should stop for the breakfast and eat some porridge around the campfire, and they were nearby where a hill where a battle took place 400 years ago, where the king slew the army, and all the people were buried and under the trees, and you wouldn't know because the forest was so peaceful while they were having their breakfast. And now, okay, time to go back on the horse and talk about this other road where some other fucking battle happened. Like, I don't give a shit. I like stories that are about characters. I don't like stories that are about history. I like settings, and I like themes, and I like characters, but I don't like history, because I feel like history stories within books that aren't about the characters that you're with are basically just character stories that don't have enough depth or time to develop anything and are about characters that I don't give a shit about. I'd rather know about the characters that we're with. So yeah, not a big fan, unfortunately. So yeah. There are a lot of questions that we need to move on to Patreon. Sorry, so we're not ignoring you. It's just that we have to prioritize Patreon a little bit. So sorry about that. But first, there's some messages on Streamlabs. I actually do have that problem. I can't concentrate on a book as my mind wanders and I read. And I mean, I haven't been able to read a book for 5 years until I read Alice's Adventures in Wonderland for a play, which is my favorite book now, but that's also because I just can't pull myself to properly read anything else, which annoys me more than anything. I don't know why that specific book managed to keep my attention. Can't be the drawings, because comics had the same issue with me. Have you tried audiobooks? Maybe audiobooks can do it for you, Action Caterer? Maybe. Not sure, maybe. Baron Sugma has subscribed with Prime. What's Sugma, chat? Sugma. No, it's Baron Sigma. Thank you very much, Baron Sigma. Welcome to Prime Time. Thank you very much for the sub. Sorry that was 15 minutes ago, but we were in the middle of answering questions. Thank you very much. And thank you also to IceX123. Thank you very much. Welcome to Prime Time. IceX123. Thank you.
Keegan Loses says, hello, do either of you have any experience with tabletop RPGs like D&D, Pathfinder, Shadowrun, etc.? I feel like it would scratch the itch for open options that are lacking in games from their sheer difficulty and implementation.
I have no experience, sorry. I haven't. The only tabletop thing that I've played was a little bit of Warhammer when I was a teenager. I think it was original. I don't think I played 40K. Chaos, yeah, definitely. And I had a figure that was a guy on a horse with a big sword, and it was about against the high elves with bow. Yeah, it was definitely normal Warhammer. It wasn't 40K. I had some friends that were into it, and unfortunately I couldn't get into it because I couldn't afford to. My father basically said to a certain effect, this is for nerds, you're not doing this. So that was the end of that. And at the time I wasn't allowed to get a job because you should focus on school. So I was completely dependent on them. So I could not keep up with my friends that were playing Warhammer, so I didn't get into it. It looked fun. I think I enjoyed painting the few models that I could get more than playing the game. And I would like to give it a try with the kids when they get older. But yeah, I haven't played anything tabletop. I like board games, but again, I haven't had many people to play them with for a long time. Lily and I, say this joke a lot, that the reason why we're having so many kids is so we can play board games with them, because we like board games so much. So yeah,
that's the price of going through all of this, growing a human being and everything. It's because I want to play Clue so bad.
Finn, did Colonel Mustard kill in the library? No, Mustard, no.
It's Leo's favorite word
now. No. Silly monkey.
Brian B says, hey, Dragon Grandpa.
Hey.
Working my way through
Dragon Grandpa. Do.
No. Working my way through all the Weeb Games streams, they're a perfect distraction from studying. My questions are...
And life in general, really.
I've noticed that 99% of the time in your videos, the only content being shown is from the game the video is about or from other games to support your points. How do you feel about other content besides just this, such as thumbnail art or illustrated charts, tables, etc.? Sorry. Maybe even a super cringy intro. And how do you feel about paying others for work like this?
I have paid others for work like that.
Sorry.
It's okay. I have paid others for work like that. For the highlight vids, there was also something that was commissioned for the Minute video, the obligatory Dark Souls reference. That's not me singing that, as you can tell in the video. That's the only few times that I've done something like that. I like the idea and I would like to do it, but there's a problem. And the problem is that when I work on videos, it is very intense. And I don't mean like my fingers become motion blurred as I'm making the videos. It's that it's been a result of crunch no matter what. And I do think that despite saying that I'm not going to crunch videos out, I do still think that there is going to be crunch time. It's just not going to be crunch time on big, massive, long videos. I think when it comes to short videos, there will still be crunch. I crunched out the last one, the horror video. It's just that it was such a short crunch because it was such a short video that was like, okay, cool, I can get this out. I don't like the last part of the video creation process taking so long, and that's the part where I would need someone to make the animations, the charts, anything like that. So my whole entire workflow would have to change in order to do this. I would probably have to have someone I can have physically with me, or someone who has the capability of pulling down very large files from, like, transferring very large files to work on them together. And they would have to probably see the whole video before anyone else sees it. And then, it would be, okay, well, I want you to add something here. Can you add a chart or an animation here? Can you do this? Because the way that I work on the videos is that there's a lot of creativity that goes into the last stage. So I don't know if it's feasible. I do like the idea, and there have been many times in the past where I have gotten to a part in a video and I've said to myself, God damn it, I wish I had some sort of animation or a graph to represent this, and I just don't have the technical ability to make that. Yeah, so I don't know how I'm going to do that going forward. Maybe it's going to be that the video needs to not come out immediately after it's done. Maybe there needs to be some sort of delay, about a week or two after the video is done, so these sorts of things can happen, sort of, the last stage, adding a bunch of these details. But I don't know if it would be worth it. I don't know. It would definitely make the videos better, but is it going to make them that much better? The problem with the longer videos especially is that I suspect that most people don't watch them. They listen to them. It's still important for me to have the visuals there for the examples backing it up. It's sort of like putting references in a text. Here's the proof that I'm showing here, along with talking about it. This actually happened. And that's important for me, and I enjoy doing it. And there are some people, the significant amount of people do watch the videos, but I have a sneaking suspicion that most people listen to them instead of watching. Yeah, so I don't know if it would be worth it. I'm quite the stickler for paying people the rate that they deserve, while also the rate that I can afford relatively to the work that's going on. I don't think anyone should ever work for free. There have been times where I have spoken to a contractor and they say, this is the rate that I want, and I've said to them, that's actually not enough. Like, you shouldn't be asking for just that amount. This is the work that you're doing is worth more than that. And I don't think that's me being a good person. I think that's just me being just what everyone should be. Like, you shouldn't take advantage of people just because they're in a bad place and they're just, I'll do work no matter what. I'll do it for free. Like, there have been a lot of people that have said to me, I'll do the work for free, and I've said, no, I'm sorry. Like, I don't want free work. It's going to be, you get paid for it or you don't do it, and it's not something that can really work right now regardless. I mean? I don't want anyone working for free. I don't know. I'll consider it more in the future, and I'll see, if I can slip a couple more things here and there, and see if there is a way to harmonize that process with the process that I have, and see if it doesn't create too much of a delay. But the other thing is that it's a big breach in trust too. Sending out the work and having someone come in, no matter who they are. We just talked about leaks before in the stream. Like, if I sent out part of the video to somebody and it leaked, not necessarily from that person, like maybe they were the video that they got, they were compromised. Their system was compromised. Someone got it somehow. No one's gonna hack specifically just to get my goddamn video. But what if it's just like collateral damage or whatever, something like that? I would feel like, oh shit, like what the fuck. I hated if someone would see the early drafts of the scripts or early concepts of anything, really. So I don't know if I would feel comfortable doing that for what I consider to be probably not that big of a gain. But I don't know. Definitely, I think there was a part in Dragon's Dogma video, the Darkest Dungeon video, and I think the Uncharted video where I was planning on making some sort of graph or chart or some sort of visual to go along with it. In Dark Souls, I kicked around the idea of drawing maps of all the areas with just simple geometric shapes so I could talk about them. And when I got to those parts in the video, it was like, okay, there's no way I can make this happen. Like, I just don't know how to do it. So maybe there are some ways I could do it. But yeah, I'll try and consider it more going forward. It's a good idea. Thank you for suggesting it.
I'm in the market for some more teas. Do either you or Lily have any suggestions? Keep up the great work and hope you take your time and don't kill yourself over the Witcher videos.
Oh no, we're tea normies, sorry. We drink just orange pico and that's it, right?
Yeah.
That's it. I'm sorry, we're tea normies. I tried Earl Grey once and I feel like it tasted like what licking an orange peel tastes like. If you've ever licked an orange peel, I really don't recommend that you do it. But if you've never licked an orange peel, that is an experience. It is just like, oh my god, why have I done this? I hated it. Earl Grey was really disgusting, but who knows? Maybe my palate has changed as I've gotten older. Yeah. So yeah, I'm a tea normie. It's orange pico or nothing for me. Sorry, and I think Lily's the same.
I prefer orange pico. When I used to have stomach problems, and I used to drink chamomile. I tried ginger and I hated it. Ginger's supposed to be good for digestion. The chamomile was supposed to soothe, but it wasn't worth it, even if it did. Like, it didn't soothe enough. I tried those like sleepy teas for a while when I was younger. I was having trouble sleeping. Again, I kind of disliked the taste so much that it just didn't do it for me. I like putting milk and sugar in my tea. I know some people don't like that, but to have just like a herbal tea with nothing in it, seemed very bland to me. At work, they used to make me, it's chai, right? The way the Indian tea is made, it's very milky. I didn't mind it. I didn't love it. I made the mistake once of saying, oh, this is really great. Thanks so much for making it for me, because they just had extra and they gave me some and I thought that was really nice. And then they thought I loved it. So every single time they would make it, they would give me some. And I didn't have the heart to be like, oh, I don't really like it that much. I was more being polite, but so I would just drink it. So I drink a lot of chai.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Who are you fucking people that just eat orange peel? What raw orange peel? I know you can eat cooked orange peel. You guys eat raw orange peel?
I've never had it.
When you eat an orange, you eat it like a fucking apple? Like, what? No.
And there was a girl I used to work with who used to take me to this place in Toronto called Teopia. And I used to get a tea latte while I was there, and that was pretty good. It was like they steamed the milk that they made the tea with, and you could pick like all different flavors and stuff like that. And I thought that was, I think I used to get like a green tea latte. I think that's what it was. I might have even had an Earl Grey latte at one point too, because it was more bitter. And yeah, I tried to stick with things I had already heard of. And I might have had a raspberry one once, just to try a fruity one. But that was pretty good. So if you've never had a tea latte, they're pretty good. They're not bad.
This is one of my new favorite chat messages ever. I mean, you don't sit down to eat an orange peel, but you can like munch on pieces of the orange peel while eating that already peeled orange.
Do you ever throw out the flesh of the orange and just eat the peel?
I'm just imagining someone sitting there going, I kind of feel like an orange peel tonight. Yeah, let's go to. Oh,
My mother loved black currant tea. I don't know if she still drinks it or not, but I remember she was looking everywhere for it. She couldn't find it. The brand that she used to drink or whatever, to stop making it or whatever. I remember looking for Christmas one year, so many different David's tea and all these different places trying to find it. And I've always been curious if it was actually any good. So there's that. That's the only one that I know of that is not a normie herbal tea that might interest you, is black currant. But beyond that, I don't know.
Okay, we're Twitter polling it up. Do you eat the peel on oranges? Yes or no? All right, here we go. It's time for another one of my bullshit Twitter polls. We haven't had one of these in a while.
Interesting, because I've been eating a lot of oranges lately, and I've never once felt compelled to eat the peel.
I'm sure.
Like they say that babies make you eat all kinds of weird shit, and I don't normally eat oranges, so like this is already weird that I want to eat oranges, but you know, the parasite in my stomach has not been like, hey,
the parasite. Chat is trolling.
Give me orange peel.
There's no way people actually eat raw fucking orange peel. No way. Joe, there's no poll. What do you mean? There's a poll. It's right here. It's on Twitter. It's on Twitter. There you go. Follow me on Twitter. You can follow Lily on Twitter as well.
Plug.
Who are these 15% of people saying yes? This is too high.
Maybe they're trolls. Maybe you can't trust the poll.
Yeah, there are people that'll go against the grain just to throw polls at all. You know, like people who say that Danganronpa is a great game. You know, like it's just there's always going to be someone that just says some shit just for fun.
Forgot password, too lazy.
What do you mean it's not a poll? It's a poll. If you're not seeing a poll, it's broken. It's busted. Maybe Twitter's having some problems right now. Okay, it's not weird. Potato skin, right? Okay. No, potato skins are delicious. Again, cooked though.
And encourage. That's where all the fiber is.
Don't eat a raw potato.
Same with apples. Apples, go ahead. Pears, peaches, plums.
Raw potato.
Just not oranges or watermelon or.
Oh, here's another Britishism for you. In America, baked potatoes are called baked potatoes. In Britain, they're called jacket potatoes.
Of course they are, because they have to cutesy everything.
Because the skin is like the jacket that the potato is wearing. Yes, I would like a jacket potato for lunch.
I'm surprised it's not
with
like
my chicken.
A jacket toddy. That is actually a potato.
Jacket potato.
Like your mother used to make, what was it, minced and toddies? They weren't potatoes, they were...
I went down the shops to get some potatoes, and I'm going to put them in the oven and make some jacket potatoes without skinning them.
Apparently in Texas they eat onions like apples, raw.
No, they don't.
So says Seth. Were you going to question Seth?
I'm questioning Seth.
You're saying that Seth is full of shit?
I'm saying that, yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying.
You heard it. I didn't, you know, you heard him say it.
If I desire a jacket potato,
Apparently
very well,
his mother does.
I will go along with this.
My grandparents used to eat garlic raw like that. Not with the peel, but they would peel the garlic and just eat it like that. They said it was good for their heart.
I'm going to stream Danganronpa tomorrow in this accent without saying anything.
I tried it once. It was awful. Raw garlic.
See who notices.
Burned my tongue.
Anyway, next question on Patreon.
Action C says, "Hey Joe and Lily, wire."
Wire.
This is a thought I've been having for a while now. When they became popular, 1920s, but not yet considered high art, people referred to films as moving pictures. I feel like the term video game will evolve to be known as something else as it becomes more appreciated as an art form, which will allow games like Edith Finch to finally have a medium to call home. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Quick question. Do you have any idea what video games will be known as or what you would like them to be known as?
I don't know if I agree. I'm not saying I disagree that they should have a different name. I just don't know if I agree that they're going to get one. I think that they probably do deserve one, so maybe there will be some sort of revolution that will happen that will change it. But I feel as though because of the internet and how the way that society now works compared to what it worked like when movies or the moving pictures started coming out, that things are just so ingrained. And I think this is why we're having so many problems with video games maturing as a medium, because despite video games being so young, they just kind of got swept up along with movies while the internet was taking off. And I feel like they're not maturing for that reason, that the discussions were already there, and you would think that would just push things along faster, but I don't think so. Or maybe it's just that I'm overthinking it and they're just so much more complicated than movies and books that it just needs the extra time. But anyway, I will stand by my original assessment that it's too ingrained and we're not going to get a new name for video games. I really don't think so. I feel society hasn't adjusted properly yet, or like the worst case scenario is that it never adjusts because it just leads to the collapse of society, that we haven't adjusted to the internet. And I think that there are some really deep ramifications that we're going to have to deal with soon from how the internet is changing the world. Because it hasn't changed everything yet. There's still a lot of people in even the Western population that just like, the internet, what the fuck's that? You know, like it's still that, you know. And as more and more of those people die, and the younger generation takes over more and more, I think that we're going to be having to deal with those ramifications. Yeah, I don't think that video games are going to change. If I was to theorize any name, I think interactive entertainment is quite clinical, and I think fits, but I think that it would have to be something snappy, you know, like just something that conveys a lot of information with very, very little, or it would be something that's kind of cool. Like, I was always surprised when HDVDs, you know, HD DVDs, you know, lost to Blu-ray, you know. And I think the reason why Blu-ray won is, of course, because of the PlayStation 3, but also Blu-ray is just more fun to say. It's like, ooh, it's a Blu-ray, whereas HD DVD is like, oh, it's just a DVD, just a little bit better. But Blu-ray, like, ooh, you know, like it's more appealing in that way. So maybe it'll just be something that comes out of left field that has nothing to do with the conveying information, and it'll be just a cool word that describes what games really are. But I don't know. I feel like video games are gonna stick. As for video games versus something like Edith Finch, yeah, just interactive entertainment or interactive fiction. Yeah, ebook is already taken, right? So I don't think it's gonna go that way. I think visual novel is a pretty good one, and maybe visual novel should take over. Maybe it'll be like a V novel. No, that's not going to do it. Some smashing of words together, I think, might be it for certain genres. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like the debate of what's a game and what isn't, because it's kind of a waste of time. But at the same time, definitions matter a lot, and I was just hit really hard from the lack of definitions being laid out in the last video, where people just think that gameplay doesn't matter in a game, whereas it's the most important thing for me because it's called a game. So if you're talking about a game and you say that the game isn't scary, you know, it's talking about the gameplay isn't scary. The interactive parts aren't scary. So, you know, the rest of it can still be scary, but yeah. V consent. Volvel.
You can't call it a volvel. It sounds like a vulva.
Or Volvo. Interactive pictures.
Can you imagine that, comparing video games to vaginas? Maybe then more girls would play them.
Oh, it's true. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Interactive plus novels. Interval. Ooh, I'm going to go play an interval. That sounds okay. You degenerates, what the fuck is wrong with you eating the peel? Wait, hold on, Annie, you need to clarify.
Yeah, was that a question,
you saying,
or was that a statement?
Are you saying, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you eating the peel? Or are you saying, what the fuck is wrong with eating the peel? Yeah, you need to clarify.
Where's the emphasis on that?
Yeah, where's the emphasis? How about mashing video and game? Video game? Vame? A vidi? We're going to go play a vidi. Vidya? I liked Vidya.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you eating the peel?
There we go. There you go. Annie for Prez still with us, man. Still with us. Vidya. Vidya. Whenever there was a thread on V, back when I still read V, when there was a thread on V and it was something that wasn't to do with video games at all, there would be people that would just reply with video games, like you stupid fuck, can we please stay on topic, video games. And I always read that like it was a musical jingle, like the person was there going video games. V forward slash V.
Yeah, but you're just like that though. You turn weird things into musical statements.
I know. Video games, yeah. Anyway.
And voices.
Yeah, it's fun. Anyway, next
the more
discussion.
in depth, that was a quick question.
Okay.
The more in depth, similar to how significant films, Citizen Kane and the like, aided in making people wholly appreciate it as an art form by introducing and establishing storytelling techniques that is only possible within the medium. What games that have already released do you think are paving the way for this to be possible?
Oh man. Okay, so the question is really, as the way I'm taking the question is, what's a story that could only be a video game? Or what's an experience that could only be a video game? And we've had surprisingly quite a few of them. So a game like, games can be way more immersive, way more interactive. They can make you feel something along with a character, or they can be about choices, and it can react to your choices. So those would be what are the games that do that? Well, most games do it at least a little bit, because they're going to respond to what you do, and there will be, fail states, and you need to prove yourself that you're getting better at the game. That side of the game, most games do that fairly well. There have been enough games that have done that fairly well, and we'll see that developed as time goes on. But I don't think there's going to be a big revolution in gaming or the way that we treat games for how you are taught and then tested. So games already do that quite well. Teach, then test. And there's been many games before video games that have, gotten that better. Board games, teach, test. So yeah, it's there. In terms of interactive experiences, games like Subnautica and what I think horror games should be would be there. The Long Dark could have been it, but I think The Long Dark is too awkward to play, and I'm not happy with how Long Dark ended up being from the last time I played it. Subnautica is the better one, and Subnautica is, in a way, one of the best games that has ever been made, as far as I'm concerned, because it uses the medium in a deeply immersive way that I don't think any other game has topped. I don't think there is a more immersive game than Subnautica, but I might be wrong. I haven't played all the games, so there's that. In terms of story, there's Undertale. But Undertale is a meta experience, and if you played Undertale without playing any games, if Undertale was the first game that you ever played, I don't think you're getting the most out of it, because Undertale is about teaching you something. And if you played Undertale as your first game, I think that it would be, surprisingly, considering it's so simple, I think it would be too complicated if it was your first game. I don't think you would be able to understand what's really going on. I think you need prior gaming experience to really get Undertale. You might still enjoy it, and you might get something out of it on a surface level maybe, but I could be wrong. But I think that you really get a lot out of Undertale by having played a lot of games, because it toys with your expectations. It responds to what you do. If you play games in any way, if you take them seriously, if you don't take them seriously, if you've been, driven into treating games as just a bunch of mechanics and systems, it will hit you hard. If you don't, then there will be a good payoff. It's really something. I just don't think that it's gonna age all that well. Because I think more games are going to be treated seriously in the future and have more serious stories and more engaging stories and experiences. So in a way, and I do want to say this in a way, and that way is with narrative, Undertale is already gaming Citizen Kane for that reason. But it's not gaming Citizen Kane in the way that Citizen Kane really used the medium in a lot of ways. Undertale is not an immersive experience. Undertale is not a deep gameplay experience, although it does have some good things to it. But in terms of telling a story in a game that could only be told in a game, I don't think there is a better example at all. Something that's close to it and close to immersive and close to the story, is Soma. Soma could be told in a movie or a book. Arguably, it has, but there's a lot gained from going through it yourself and what Soma puts you through. If Soma was more immersive in its horror elements, because it wants to be scary, and if there was a little more development, or let's go with moderate, if there's a moderate amount more development of its story interactions and how it goes through its concept, I would say that Soma is also worthy of the title of being that Citizen Kane level of pushing the medium forward and being like, wow. As it stands, it is one of my favorite stories in games. It's easily in the top 3. It might even be number 1. It's really up there. It is that good. But as a game experience, the gameplay side and immersive side, it's down on the list. This is difficult to answer because a lot of people don't believe in immersion. They think that video game immersion is fake. I think that this is usually done by people that want to push gameplay more than anything else and are deliberately misunderstanding what immersion means. I've had conversations with these people, and it's like talking to a brick fucking wall sometimes. And that is that they say, well, you can't be immersed in a game because you always know that you have a controller in your hand and you always know that you're at a keyboard. And it's like, yeah, motherfucker, just like when I'm reading a book, I know that I have a book in my hand, but I can still get immersed in a book. Immersion does not literally mean I forgot that I was playing a game or I forgot that I was reading a book. There are different ways. Even that's only one definition of immersion. The other definition of immersion is that you're reading a book and you don't realize you're turning the page, that you get into this flow state while you're reading a book. That's a level of immersion, So it gets complicated, and some people don't give a shit about gameplay. Those are the 3 sides of games to me. There's gameplay, there's immersion, and then there's the story. That gets to you. And some people don't give a shit about story and care about the other 2. Mix and match. I care about all 3, but I would say that immersion is probably the least of those 3 for me. So I think that we've already had some games that have really hit it out of the park. I do think that the kind of games that we have now, which try to mangle story and
story and what's going on in chat right now? You certainly didn't tell anything like this in your last video. people just, I don't know, I feel like people just deliberately misunderstood what I said, man, in the last video. I don't know, man, like I really do. Anyway, I think that games that try to mangle story and gameplay together, that are kind of like, hey, now it's gameplay time, now it's story time, and story has nothing to do with the gameplay, and the characters become completely different people during the story sections than they are than they are in the gameplay sections. I think those are the ones that are going to go by the wayside, and you're going to have more experiences that are very focused on gameplay and have story really in the background. And then you're going to have other games that are very much on story and have the gameplay in the background, or maybe are non-existent and it's just interactive fiction. I think that's what's going to happen. I still enjoy the games that switch between the games and the story, but I see them as a very inefficient way of presenting those two sides. It is very rare, and in fact, it is so rare that I would struggle to name five games that have worthwhile gameplay and worthwhile story that are equally worthwhile and actually complement each other and make sense. I would really struggle to get above 5, I think. So I think those are the reason why there aren't many are because you just can't do it. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there will be some big developments going on later on. Maybe the problem is just caused by there aren't many, soul-focused games, like there's a director in charge and this is my vision, fuck you guys, we're just doing what I say, and maybe we'll get more of that, and that will result in games that, there's a revolution from that, or maybe it's that writers actually have to have a fucking say during the creation of the game, instead of just being like, just write the dialogue, please, and leave the story to the marketing department. You know what I mean? Maybe that'll fix it too. But yeah, I would say that that in some ways we're already there. Like, I mean, I haven't seen Citizen Kane in a long time. Maybe I haven't even seen the whole thing. I can't remember. Is Citizen Kane still a good movie to watch now, or is it kind of Because I hear a lot of people talking about Citizen Kane's importance, but I never hear anyone talking about Citizen Kane. You know what I mean? It's all about the influence that it had and how important it was and all this other shit. Like, is it still... If Citizen Kane... There we go. We need a Citizen Game. If Citizen Kane came out today, would everyone be like, oh my god, holy shit, Or is it because of how important it was? Because I think that's something that's important to realize as well, that, the first few movies that really did it well may not have necessarily perfected it their first go and just opened the door. So the first game that does it isn't going to be perfect either. But I don't know. Of course not. That's why context matters. Okay, that answers my question then. Yeah. So the first game that does what Citizen Kane did, or the first game that already has done it, may not hold up over time, but still be seen as important over time.
Some people really like it still. Yeah. But not everybody.
Some people said Nier Automata. I would like to agree, but yeah, there is a lot gained in Nier Automata, and I did like it a lot, but I'd have to play it again to know for sure. I don't know. So like I'm not saying no, but I'm not saying yes either. I'd have to play it again. Nier Automata is quite a complicated game. Like it's quite dense, so I'd have to play it again to know for sure. Shadow of the Colossus, yep, that would probably be one of them. Really good gameplay, really good experience, really good story. Yeah, Shadow of the Colossus is up there. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Shadow Colossus is really, really good. That's Shadow of the Colossus. I view Shadow Colossus the same way that many other people view Eco. Like Shadow Colossus was just mind blowing the first time I played it, and it's just like what, like holy fuck, like it's so good, so good, and it does that with very little dialogue, and you just infer a lot of what's going on, and you know it just respects that you're gonna pay attention and be like, yeah, okay, you know, it's good. It's not the deepest story, but the way that it gets you, yeah, it's really, really good. I don't know, maybe that's my Silent Hill 2. I don't know. Maybe it's because Silent Hill 2 has more dialogue and everything, and we'll talk about Silent Hill 2 a little bit more because someone asked about it. But maybe that's how like Shadow Colossus is my Silent Hill 2. I don't know. Yeah, not sure. I had another point. I can't remember it now. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, was that the last question from them, or is there another one?
No, there was one more because the first one was a short one.
Okay.
We made it a long one. So
okay.
Still one more. Unrelated, in-depth, or quick question, depending on how you answer. If you, as Joseph Anderson, the ultimate streamer, were forced into playing the Danganronpa killing game in either the school or the island, how would you try and kill someone to get out? Who would you kill? How would you kill them? Where would you kill them? And what would you do after to cover up any evidence if it was you? Or it was you. If you are tired at this point in the Q&A or have spent more time on the Q&A than you wanted to, I'm fine if you skip this question. I'll ask it next time. Thanks, Joe and Lily, for the videos and the entertainment. Hope you are well and have a good day night.
Okay, so it's impossible for me to answer this question without knowing what my options are, right? Like what kind of rooms do I have? You know, I'm pretty sure the next murder is going to take place in a swimming pool in V3. So, you know, is there a swimming pool nearby? Is there a gym? Is there, you know, a robot factory? You know, like what are my options? So I feel like I can't really answer it properly. I will say that I've been thinking about this quite a lot because last month or after Danganronpa 2, Lily and I had some fun, you know, thinking up what if we were to write a Danganronpa style game, like what would we do? So I actually planned out some murders in a setting, you know, for what I feel like I could make happen with a cast of characters. And I had a lot of fun doing that. I think I thought up 10 murders, and that was fun. But I know the setting for that one, and I don't really want to talk about them. Sorry. So I will say in a general idea that I would think that I would try to I would try to make it impossible.
I mean, out of the locations on the island or in the school. If that helps clarify anything, I don't know if it does.
Like in Hope's Peak itself? I don't know. Well, I actually do know what I would do, but I can't say that because that was one of the ones that we wrote, and we might actually make that game one day.
Yeah, we might actually do something with that stuff.
Might actually do something with that, so I don't want to say that. But that is a murder that I could do. Like it's within my capabilities, and it is I think I could get away with it. Well, as the ultimate streamer, I would probably stream someone to death, right? I would lock them in the computer room and I would make them watch all the streams until they died.
Ooh, okay, I got it.
Okay.
Okay, so, okay, a lot of your fans, right? They, or, watchers. They have multiple monitors, right?
Yeah.
So, what if you had you're the ultimate streamer, right? And they're the ultimate fan,
Okay.
So they have multiple monitors, if you will, around the room, like in a circular, like around them, and they have a swivel desk chair, right? And they have to watch you on all of the different screens. You could have like flashing lights and like sound popping up on different screens and different scenes flashing really quickly, kind of the way that Mono, what's his name, does it. So he kind of like screws with your eyes a little bit.
Okay.
And you could get them so hypnotized and so engrossed in what you're saying, and then you could constantly flash from screen to screen to screen to screen to screen, so they're switching, they're swiveling, and then whatever headset or whatever they're wearing is rapping, and they hang themselves on their own headset watching the ultimate streamer.
Damn.
And that is the way to go.
And then
that's like the last thing they see and they hear is your voice.
And then the last thing they hear is "Welcome to the Dragon's Den."
Clawfist. It is a stupid way to die, but this is what we're dealing with, so yeah.
I would find a way to make everyone else think that they were involved in the murder and not realize that, like, it make it look like it could possibly be 5 different people, including myself, that killed the person, and there's absolutely no way to know who it was. You know, like we all stabbed the person at the same time. That's not what I would do, but that's the example. We Julius Caesared this person, you know, like, and we all stabbed at the same time, and there's no way to know that I actually secretly dealt the killing blow, and there's no way to prove it, and I would just take my chances that they wouldn't guess the 5 of the 5. You know, that's I think that's what I would do, because I think that there's, no matter how careful I am, I'm gonna leave some evidence behind. You know, so I need to make it at the end that there's no way to know for sure because there's too many choices. Joe's wild ride. I think if there's a good murder that could have still be done in Host Peak Academy. I'm really surprised the giant man-eating plant in the observatory wasn't used for anything. Claim I have stab pox.
I don't watch it enough to be able to really stay in that setting, so I usually listen, and I only get parts of it because I'm not fully paying attention. So
would you consider Lisa one of the games that merges gameplay and story well? Yes, but the gameplay sucks, so it's not it's merged well, but the gameplay's still lacking. So it merges interactivity and story well. Yeah, Lisa was good, yeah, in that way. I was surprised. The choices matter. That's what I want from horror games too, you know? Like, there are some tough choices in Lisa, and I think that could be linked to making horror games really try. Have I played Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons? No, I haven't. That's been on my list for a long time. I haven't gotten around to it. What kind of importance do you think Undertale will have on the future games? Not sure. I have no way to tell, but I think that Undertale will be studied in the future as one of the first games that really married interactivity and connected with players. I think it's important in that way, but I don't know how it's going to affect future games. Like, Undertale isn't that new anymore, and it doesn't seem to have any ripple effect. But who knows? Maybe Undertale is just that special no one even wants to try. Or maybe I'm overblowing it because I think it's way better than it was. But yeah, Undertale really spoke to me. Yeah. Would I ever critique a multiplayer game? No, because it would take me too long to learn it. I feel as though to make a video on a game,
It depends on the game, of course. If it's a puzzle game, then just beating it is enough. But to do a video on a game, I have to come close to mastering it. So I'm never gonna master a game entirely for a video unless I've played it a lot before. But I want to come close. And for a video on a multiplayer game, I wouldn't have to come close. I would have to master it. And I don't mean I can play on a competitive level. I just mean that I would have to be really, really understand it and be really good. So close to a competitive level. So for something that's a solid example, I would have to be low Masters League or high Diamond in StarCraft 2 in order to do a video on StarCraft 2's multiplayer. And the highest I ever got was low Diamond in StarCraft 2 when I was playing it. So long ways to go. The difference in the ability in players is higher from low Diamond to low Masters than it is from fucking Bronze to Platinum. So it would be a long way to a long time to do a video on a multiplayer game. So I don't think I would do it. It just takes too long. I agree with your take on death on that last video, but I get why so many people didn't take that well. When you say horror games don't work for you at all, it's hard to make the fans of the genre accept any following argument. Yeah, I guess so. I also get the impression that some people are embarrassed that I don't get scared, but they do, and they feel like I'm flexing when I'm not. Horror games used to scare me. I just wish that people were arguing the arguments or respond to the arguments instead of saying shit like that, or this is just your opinion, so who cares, or why are you presenting your opinion as objective fact? That's not that fun. Since the Danganronpa drama in your latest video has harassment about The Witcher lessened, the harassment about The Witcher has lessened overall lately. Yeah. I don't know when. I'm just noticing it now that you've said it. Yeah, it still happens, but it has lessened a bit. I think that quite a few people are not expecting the video to ever come out now, so they've given up, which is not a good thing. And I regret that I announced it as early as I did. But there's been a long chain of events that has made it so it just wasn't possible, and a couple false starts as well. But no, there's not going to be another long video until The Witcher now. This is it. No matter when it comes out, there's not going to be another long one until that.
Can I continue?
No, hold on, sorry. The Wazoo used some bits to say have to go do some homework. It was great interacting with you guys. Congrats on Baby 3. I'm really happy for you. Have the last of a broken college student's bits. Much love. Don't give bits if you're a broke college student, Wazoo. Whoa. No, take them back. Broke. I don't want broken college student money. No. Good luck with your homework though. Or Besh or Eurobesh X has used 200 bits to say, if they get a new name, the first few of the new kind must be noticeably different to an outsider. That's about the new names for video games, right? Yeah. I'm really curious to see what it is. Sometimes I wish I could just peek into the future to see how things turn out. Not because I want to use the information, just because I'm so curious, right? It's like, just boom, what happens? Yeah. Key losers use 2 bits just to reclaim the top spot. Also, D&D is very different to Warhammer. D&D is more like collaborative storytelling in a system. Yep. But it's still tabletop, right? So yeah, I would like to try D&D out at some point, but I don't think I'll like it. Games like Simon offer an execution challenge that are hard to present in other mediums. Simon? I'm not following. Sorry. Maybe I'm having a brain fart, but I'm not following. Sorry. Simon the press these colors in the order. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Simon says, okay. Yeah. So that's what the side of video. That's the other side of video games where it's teach and test. Yeah, that's my favorite part of video games is the teach and test, and it's what I expect the games to do well whenever I play a game. But that's also partly because I'm used to games having just the worst stories. There are very few games that have good stories, period. Never mind stories that use the medium. Take almost any story in a video game and put it in a book or put it in a movie, and it would be like, yeah, this is shit. Like, what the fuck is the point of this? So, yeah, it's from expectations that I don't expect that to be a good time going in, but I'm trying to go in with more open minds lately. There are exceptions, of course. Anyway, next question on Patreon.
Sean M says, "Hey guys, what's up?"
Hey Sean M.
Just a short one for you today. What kind of jobs have you both had in the past? What sort of industries? How does it compare with what you do now?
I answered this earlier, and there's not really much I can say. Sorry. I just had a string of just odd jobs when I was leaving home. Worked at a printing place very briefly. I worked at Wendy's for briefly. Got my tendies on. I worked for a doctor for a while as a doctor's assistant. And that was kind of hell. Doctor was fucking crazy. Was a medical doctor, but pushed homeopathic remedies on patients. Had an upstairs part of the house that she worked in where she would have her patients take intravenous vitamin C drips. Like it was some fucking opium den, is how I always describe it. They're beanbag chairs and very comfy music, and here, let's inject you with vitamin C because, your foot hurts, vitamin C. You have a cold, vitamin C. That one actually fits. You have a cough, vitamin C. Oh, you're not seeing well, vitamin C. Your skin looks a little off, vitamin C. Your clothes don't fit, vitamin C. Just anything, go have some vitamin C. Yeah, she was a mental. She was absolutely batshit. She used to hold impromptu meetings in the toilet after she took a massive shit in it, and it still reeked in there because the office was so small. This shit would then literally flood in the basement one day, where it bubbled up like twigs and branches and broken down leaves. That's what it looked like. It was shit though, and it smelled so bad that the plumber that came in almost threw up, or he did throw up, I can't remember. And this was the plumber, and he said, I deal with this for a living, and this is the worst thing that I've ever smelled in my entire life. This was a bad job, and I was in charge of transcribing records from paper to text, doing research for her, sometimes just bouncing ideas off for certain things, but I was never taken seriously, as I shouldn't have been. And going to conferences and transcribing parts of what was being said,
running her errands
yeah, go get me some food, that sort of thing. Just basically her bitch, really. Yeah, just her bitch. Yeah, it wasn't the worst job, but in some ways it was hell. She was really mean, and she would get ideas in her head, and there was no getting them out of her head. So when I told her that I live with my girlfriend, which was Lily, she would say something like, oh, you live with your girlfriend, and she'd like this knowing look, and I'd be like, yeah, and she's like, oh, well, you guys must be, doing that a lot, and I would be like, this is meant to be professional, so what do you mean by that? And it was one of the few times where she would just be like, oh, okay, we're not talking about this, There
was a day we lost power.
Yeah.
Do you remember that day? We lost power. We'd only been living in the apartment for a couple of weeks, yeah.
Yeah. And, and we lost power, and there was no power, and this was no alarms. There was a noise outside the building because there was no power, that had been beeping all fucking day, and then I ended up going in late, or I had to miss the day, I can't remember. And she didn't talk to me for a week, just a whole week. She didn't talk to me. It was great. I was like,
I should have to take, effectively a sick day more often. She didn't talk to me for a week, and then she pulled me into her office. Thank God it was in the bathroom this time. Pulled me into her office and was like, I don't care if you were fucking all day or fucking all night. You come into work the next day. Like the exact words of what she said to me. And I just, okay, fuck this, I'm leaving. You can't talk to me like that. And she was like, no, I'm sorry. Like, I think she realized that she had gone too far. And I think I should have pushed the issue and gotten something out of it, but I was really desperate for the money, and I couldn't really risk pushing it too far as I should have. But yeah, she was insane. I had to pull an intravenous needle out of her arm one day, and it was like pulling a stick out of the thickest bundle of cobwebs that you can imagine, and her blood would just like splurt out with it. It was like, can you hold this patient down while I take their blood? Can you hold this patient's head while we take their blood? They faint sometimes. It was just so unprofessional.
The time that she was doing a pap test or whatever on a patient, and you had to... I remember something about that. Do you remember that?
She left the door open,
She was doing like a vaginal exam or something. She left the door open while she was talking to you or something through the door while she was doing it?
Yeah, and I closed the door. I was like, no, we're not doing this.
No
it's
privacy, no
middle of a pap smear, and we're just closing the door. Like, fuck this. Like, no, I'm not doing this. And, just... Would throw used needles in the regular garbage instead of the biohazard garbage, to save money. Would book patients that weren't coming in, because you can charge any health card that you want. You don't need to prove that anyone came into the office to actually say that they were there, and unless you get audited by the medical board or whatever the fuck it is. So they would just pull down files, and she'd be like, yeah, just charge this person, this person, this person, this person. Yeah, they came in today, so she could get free money. She was completely fucking nuts. I can't remember why I left. I can't remember what the last straw was. I think it was... It was something about come upstairs and maybe put a needle in someone's arm. It was something like that. Like, I don't think it was that ridiculous, but it was close. It was something close to that. And I said no. And she said, what do you mean no? You can't tell me no. And I said, no, I'm not doing that. And
so it was something like you weren't trained to do it, and you said no, that you weren't going to do it.
And then I got fired. And then that turned into, well, you actually can't fire me because then you have to explain a reason for it. And that would get into legal hot water, so we had to come to an agreement. That was pretty bad. Did she tell me she got shut down at some point? No idea. I have no idea. I hope she's dead, but no, I don't know if she got shut down or not. Yeah, she was she was fucking mental. Yeah. Apart from that, I worked at a shipping warehouse for a while. That was a pretty good job. I was good at that job, and I was hired to do packing of quite heavy parts. So I was packing a lot of big shipments. They were boat parts, and I did that. And but that transitioned into they were really understaffed. So I started answering the phone, and I was getting into sales, and then I was also doing website work, just data entry, nothing too heavy. So now I was doing entry work, sales, and shipping, and I was the best shipper that they had, the best packer and shipper that they had. I was really fast, and I was able to modify the boxes without too much work. So if you modify a box, the way that it was shipped out with UPS, that by modifying the box, I could save like a little bit of money for every single shipment that went out. So instead of having the box be like, okay, the usual like 7 by 7 by 5 for the smaller parts that would go out. I was able to, like, for the tiny little bag part that goes in, that's just in like this ocean of air and padding inside, I was able to cut the box down very quickly. I got really efficient at it and put it in like and cut it down to what it needed to be, and that would save like $1, maybe even $5 for shipping costs, because it would go quite far. It wasn't like a nearby. It wasn't catered to people that lived close. It was an online kind of place. I was able to do that, so I was the best one that they had for that. I wasn't the best at data entry, and I wasn't the best at sales, but I did sales, and I made several tens of thousands of dollars for each month for this company that was owned by a guy that would come in every day. You would see the owner every single day. He was a cool guy for the most part, but it went sour when I went to him and I said, look, you hired me to do this, and I'm now bringing in a lot of money when it's not even my job throughout these sales. I'm doing this other part of work that I'm not supposed to even be doing really, and I'm also like your best shipper. So I'm still making the same money a year later from when I was brought on, hey, give me a fucking raise, and he said no, so I quit, which was probably a bad decision, but yeah, I did it anyway. Yeah. Bad decision.
Well, it coincided with the narcolepsy getting really bad too.
Yeah, narcolepsy got worse.
And you were going for a lot of tests and stuff at that time, so it was kind of like you were going to quit and you were going to look for something else while you were doing all of this medical stuff. So it wasn't, great, but it wasn't as horrible as that either.
Weird skill to have. It's not like a skill. It was just that I would put in the time when the other ones wouldn't, and not only would I put in the time to do it, like it wasn't taking me that much time. Like I could modify the boxes very fast, whereas the other ones would be like, I don't give a shit, I'm just throwing it in, and we'll just eat this $5 extra charge. You know what I mean? Whereas it's like, okay, like a couple dollars on every single package that goes out, when there's like at least 50 packages going out every single day, that really adds up, like hugely. So yeah. Is my nose bleeding again? No. Weird flex but okay. I really like that meme. I like weird flex but okay. Anyway, do you want to talk about yours?
My first job was at Stitches. I was, I think, 15. I was hired as a seasonal cashier. My friend worked there. She got me the job.
Is Stitches Canada only?
Not sure. It's a clothing store that has male and female clothing, and it kind of specializes with more of like a high school, younger kind of crowd. Like you don't really see a lot of adults to be wearing their kind of clothing now. I'm trying to think of what it's like. Like there's another comparison, but maybe a little bit like Le Chateau, but Le Chateau is more club. This was a little bit more casual, but it was like the cool clothes that you were wearing in like the early 2000s in high school. So I got a job working there, and I made good use of my discount while I was working there for the whole 2 weeks that I worked there. And the manager was really creepy, and I was cashier, so I was in charge of the cash, and he would have me working all over the floor doing sales and, folding clothes and doing all this stuff. And then I would go to the cash when someone needed to be checked out, and that was fine. It was getting really busy because it was right before Christmas, so I was still training and everything. I was still kind of getting the hang of having a lineup and being by myself. And then he would have me go in the back and unpack boxes, but I was still in charge of the cash. And he would have me go in the basement, and it was really creepy because he would come downstairs and he would sit on the steps, so I couldn't leave. Like there was nowhere really to go. He would make me kind of uncomfortable like that, kind of blocking the way out. And he would ask me personal questions about school and my family and what I like to do in my spare time and all this kind of stuff. But the thing that got me to quit was that I was told that if money went missing from the cash, I would be out of my pocket because I was the one in charge of cash, and money started going missing on days that I wasn't working, and he was trying to get people to cough it up. So I quit because I figured he was probably the one skimming off the cash and getting me to go into the basement and stuff like that, and put things on hangers and take them off hangers and all this stuff. And yeah, so I lasted 2 weeks and then I quit.
He was a little bit rapey, right?
He really made me kind of creeped out. He was really kind of, I think he was straight, but he was kind of like a flamboyant, creepy straight, if that makes sense. Like he was very kind of in your face, kind of flashy, very lots of arms waving around, and very kind of touchy-feely kind of person. And I'd only known him for 2 weeks, and I was only 15, so like I did not, and I was working late. I would not get off work until 10:30, 11 o'clock, and it just wasn't great with school and all that other stuff. So then from there I went to Pizza Hut, and I worked there for 6 months, I think, and it was my first waitressing job, and I was really bad at it. and it would get really busy, which is shocking for Pizza Hut, but there'd only be 2 of us on the floor, and one would take one half and I would take the other half. And I had another asshole manager there who actually accused me once of giving away free dipping sauces so that I would get tipped better, which never happened. And again, I just got to the point where I didn't want to go in anymore.
See? Weird flex, but okay. Oh no, the dipping sauces.
Of all things, they're like, what, 99 cents? So, oh no. But yeah, so there was one really nice manager and there was one really asshole manager. And I actually heard he's dead now, so it's too bad about him. But, there's a regular customer I had at my last job that used to go to that Pizza Hut and told me about him. From there, I went to Swiss Chalet, and I was there for a year, and then they were going to close down my location. I was a waitress and a hostess, and they were closing down my location to build a new location, and we were all being terminated. We got a letter right after Joe and I moved in together, which was such shit timing, because, you just move in on your own, and my parents were so against me leaving home, and, no support, no financial, help at all. And here's the letter saying you're terminated, and we don't know if you'll be being rehired. You're going to find out, a week before if you're getting hired or not, and good luck in the meantime. So I went and looked for something else, and I got a job at an Italian restaurant where I worked for 6 months, and it was pretty fancy. I had to wear a white shirt and a tie, and I had to carry a wine bottle opener in my apron pocket, which gave me constant anxiety because I had to balance glasses and a bottle of wine on my tray and, get them to sample, the wine before I poured it and all this stuff. And it's very not like, if you know Swiss Chalet, it's a family restaurant, and it's very, rotisserie chicken. It's not anything flashy. So I was totally out of my element. I was really depressed at the time. I was probably the most depressed I've been since, the whole feeling suicidal time when I was 13. So I started missing time from school. I was in university at the time. Joe and I were living together. I was working that job, and I was working at a funeral home at the same time, and I worked there for 6 months. That was on call. So good luck to me. I was working university, homework, home responsibilities, working shifts at the restaurant, and then on call whenever I had a day off. I would go in to the funeral home. At the funeral home, I worked in the lounge. I made coffee for people and just helped them find if they had biscotti or anything laid out. I was essentially a server there too. And when they would have luncheons and stuff after the funerals, sometimes there I would help with the buffets and to load the dishwasher and make sure that everybody had everything that they needed. Go into the washroom and empty the waste baskets, that kind of thing. I lasted there 6 months or less because I just...
Was it really that long?
I only worked, I don't know, maybe less than a dozen shifts. I didn't work that many shifts because I was on call. So it wasn't every week that I was on set days. I worked maybe once or twice a week, for so many weeks.
Pretty sure that was illegal, but yeah.
I wanted a job in a funeral home because I thought it would be interesting. Yeah. And that's what they wanted. So I had someone I went to high school with who helped get me the job. And that was just pure luck. That I walked in to give my resume, and he was like, oh, hey, how have you been in the last, 6 years? And that one, I got my pay stub or whatever in the mail one day that I was, what's it called at the end? I can't remember. They give you your T4 or something that, when
something
you're...
Like that, yeah.
Yeah, so I was just let go because I never worked, basically, at the end. I was too depressed, and it was rush Christmas time at the restaurant, and I was working crazy hours, and I was let go from the Italian restaurant because I was late one day. I had missed a day recently before that. I was playing this game. If you're working almost full time and you're going to university and you're juggling and you're depressed and you're not handling it well, I was playing the game of take a day off school to do homework. Go into work, take a day off work to do homework, take a day off work to go to school, take a day off school to go to work. There's just constant trying to make up for lost time, falling behind everywhere. And yeah, one day I slept through my alarm. Joe had gotten up early and he'd gone to the warehouse job, and I was there by myself, and I was like, oh shit. And I think I took a taxi to work. I was running so late that I was just completely freaked. And I walked in all frazzled, and they had already taken me off the floor plan, that I wasn't working that shift. And when I asked, well, do you want me to come back for dinner? I was supposed to work a split. And they said, no, we'll call you when we want you to come into work. And I called a few days later to see about the next week's schedule, and I was just told, no, you're not being on next week's schedule. So they just let me go because I was late that day. And it really, really hurt because I had spoken to them like a few weeks before about what a hard time I was having, and they were so supportive, and we totally understand, and we're here for you, and and then they weren't. So from there I went back to Swiss Chalet at the new location, and I worked there for 9 years. And I started as a hostess part-time, and then I was waitressing, and then one day I went into the fridge in the back where all of the beverages were kept, and they had kegs of beer stacked on top of each other, and I was reaching above the kegs to get a case of water, I think, down. And so if you can imagine, I have my hip balanced against these kegs, and I'm reaching above my head, and the keg started to slip to fall toward me, and I lurched, and so I wouldn't drop the water, and so I could kind of block the keg from falling on me, and I pulled something in my back. And they said that I rotated my spine, and I already had a slight curvature of the spine that made me more susceptible to injury at physiotherapy, and that all the muscles in my back seized up, and I couldn't waitress anymore. I would waitress, and then I would miss time from work, and waitress and miss time from work to recover. It got to the point where I couldn't waitress anymore.
You're a lot better now. It doesn't really...
It bothers me every now and then with the kids because I carry them on my hip, and sometimes they get really heavy, and I'm trying to do something else while I'm balancing them with one arm. Then it bothers me, but it doesn't bother me anywhere near. Like, I used to be where you couldn't even get out of bed. Like, I couldn't even... It hurt to sit down on the toilet to go to the bathroom, to pee, just that motion of sinking into, to sit down that low, like doing a squat. Like I couldn't even, I had trouble doing that. I just wanted to cry. It's a horrible pain when you hurt your back because you can't do anything.
Back pain is the worst pain, isn't it?
It's like it radiates through your whole body.
It's like back pain and tooth pain. Like tooth pain is just like, there's nothing you can do, and that's why it's so frustrating. Back pain is, yeah.
But I didn't go after them for the injury. I didn't get workers' comp involved, and the owner was really, really happy about that. So when the dining room manager left, he offered me money for compensation for the physio, so I didn't have to pay out of pocket for any of that, which was nice of him because he technically didn't have to do that. And he no, because I never, I wouldn't have expected it. He offered it.
But still, it was like yeah.
He didn't have to. He could have screwed me on that. And he offered me full-time hostess because I couldn't waitress anymore, so I got some benefits and I got guaranteed hours, so I took that, and then I was essentially the dining room manager without the pay of the dining room manager, and I was responsible for seating the door, answering the phones, taking reservations, dealing with complaints to the best of my ability, helping out when I was busy to bus tables, to run dinners, take orders, essentially being a waitress again, making drinks, preparing desserts and salads, soups, that kind of thing. I was also responsible for opening the restaurant and coming in and making the floor plans and then figuring out who got what section, which I would fight constantly with the full-timers who were old enough to be my mother and did not like the fact that someone with my limited experience and my age was telling them which side they could work on and therefore make so much money. And, side duties and stuff like that. And yeah, that was my job for 9 years until I was pregnant with Leo, and it was under new management, and we just were butting heads from the moment I went back to work and I was pregnant, and they wanted me to climb down on the floor one day and go into the fridge and take all of the beer bottles and everything out of the fridge while watching the door, while helping the staff, while answering the phone. And I said, no, I'm 6 months pregnant. I'm not even going to fit in the fridge. There's no way I'm getting down on the floor like that and crawling inside this waist-high fridge. And yeah, after that, it was just, they basically said, if you don't keep doing this kind of stuff, we're going to let you go. And I said, well, then just let me go. So I wasn't going to I was getting a lot of contractions and pain and everything at work already. And I was on the floor alone in November, Christmas season, getting no help, running dinners and everything, and stopping. Almost my last shift there, the manager said to me, what's wrong with you? You don't look good. And I said, I'm having contractions. I'm 6 months pregnant. I hope I don't have to go to the hospital. It's really bad. And he said, oh, well, why are you having contractions? Like, well, duh, like, what do you think? So, yeah, I stopped working there, which is a shame because I was there for so many years. And, so yeah, to answer the second part of your question, how does it compare to now? I would say that both Joe and I did customer service, and we worked in industries that dealt with people and the public, and the creative aspects of what we do now don't really cross over. Maybe Joe's work ethic does, but mostly, for the most part, it's probably just the community management stuff that we do, being on Discord and Twitter, and doing streams and talking to all of you, and being friendly and personable, and trying to answer all the messages and everything like that is probably very similar to when I would seat the door and handle customer complaints and stuff like that, manage the waitresses, that kind of thing.
Do you think so?
I think so. I think it taught me a lot about how to deal with people, especially large groups of people. We would have wait lists, and I would be at the front being, trying to calm everybody down. I'm sorry for the wait, and, what can I get you, and all this, very different kind of persona, or, than before. That was the second part of what they wanted. How does it relate?
Just seeing how many people are left. 3. Okay, we should be able to finish. Whoops.
You don't agree? You think so?
No, I think so. I'm just asking. I was curious. That's all. I wanted to hear more. That's all. Cthulhufer or Cthulhucifer. That's hard to say. Damn. Use 100 bits to say, hey Joe, what's your favorite band? Angry Sip. My favorite band is probably Tool overall. I know that's got a bad connotation to it. That Tool fans are really obnoxious, but I was never really into any band really for the band itself. I just like the music. I don't even really think I could name anyone else apart from Maynard in the band. So yeah, they're probably my favorite band overall. I really like Porcupine Tree. I like 21 Pilots, but again, their fans are quite obnoxious as well. It seems to be that I find bands, get into them, and then more people discover them, and their fans get really obnoxious, but not in a way that affects me. Just they're obnoxious to other people, and then that makes me feel bad to associate with them. So I'm not sure if that counts as hipsterism, but I don't think so. Yeah. I really like Weezer and Jimmy World as well. I'm mostly talking about bands that I can listen to entire albums. I really like Florence and the Machine. Yeah, I think that's the answer I can give right now. By the way, sorry, I heard vitamin C works if you're going blind. By the way, vitamin C injections are not all bullshit. They do have effects for very specific things. Also sounds like an old evil Dr. Legs. Oh, for sure, yeah. There are benefits to it, but vitamin C the vitamin C intravenous drips were not covered by healthcare, so she could charge quite large amounts of money for them. So there's definitely reasons to have it, and there are benefits. But there's no doubt in my mind that most of the people that were having them had no reason for them. Oh, cancer? Here, have some vitamin C. Just constant. Anything that you have, doesn't matter what it is. Water Guy used 10 bits to say, Jesus Joe, the doc job sounds awful. Would have been better if it were Dr. Legs. Oh, for sure. For sure.
Not for me, though.
Dr. Legs is way more chill. Action Caterer used 20 minutes to say, by the way, Joe, my daughter is currently down in the bowels of the mythical donkey playing cards with a pumpkin named George, and the donkey is coming for my cat now. How much suffering must I go through before you tell me about The Wire? Thank you, Ranga Jesus, for the new sub with Prime. Thank you. Welcome to Primetime, Ranga Jesus. Or No, it's Ranga Jesus. There's no other way to say that. Yeah, thank you, Ranga Jesus. Sorry, that was about 20 minutes ago, but we got talking about an answer to your question. Thank you. Unoctium 118 used some bits to say, hey Joe and Lily, Vodboy here. Have a good stream. Hope my waifu isn't dead yet. We're not actually playing the game. We're just talking. So maybe you won't watch the stream and see this because you'll realize that it's not actually Danganronpa. Who knows? Only you will know. Thorn Shadow 17 used some bits to say, did you finish the Danganronpa anime? Nope, not yet. No, I've been responding to too many comments on Twitter and YouTube for the new video to finish the anime. Sorry, and then we've been doing the Q&A, which is already late. So, yeah, we haven't done it. We haven't finished it yet. Sorry, and by we I mean me because Lily hasn't been watching it. Hashtag leaderboard. Oh, I see what's going on. All right, thank you, Aubrey SHX. Keegan loses 100 bits to just say Anderson Moon. Damn, Moon. It's probably the second least used emote. I think we're probably going to sub Moon out for something else soon. For a different emote. Thank you, Keegan loses. Aubrey or how do you say this name, Lily?
Which one?
This one here. I've said it wrong too many times.
Orabesh?
Orabesh X.
Like an aura?
Yeah. Or yeah, it's just confirmed in chat. Or Orabesh X. Orabesh X. All right, there we go. We got it. Use 312 bits to say glad this is an option for you guys now. Thanks. Yeah, we're really glad too. Like some parts of the job are really frustrating, and it's not always kittens and lollipops. But I try to always remember how lucky I am, and I think that's part of the reason why I also work as hard as I do, because I don't want to take it for granted. Cthulhucifer use another 100 bits to say don't worry about the bank question was a joke because of how many times it was asked. The bank question? What bank question?
I have no idea. I don't look at
the band question. Okay.
Chat when I'm talking.
The band question.
Worried I'll lose my train of thought. So.
Bad typo. No, I answered it. It's fine. Don't worry. Tenko faced emote? Maybe, yeah. Orabesh X also subscribed as well. Thank you very much. Welcome to Prime Time. Welcome to Dragon's Den, Orabesh X. Thank you. I used the bit to tell me to. Orabesh. Yeah. I'll see if I can remember. I'll try. And Tenko face. Yeah, we'll probably try Tenko face. Someone in chat is asking me, do I know a YouTuber named Mauler? I actually just spoke to him recently for the first time on Twitter. So I know of him. I've never watched any of his videos. Someone told me a long time ago that that he was very, 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 very insulting to me in a video series that he did. And I asked him about that on Twitter, and he confirmed that he was very, 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 very insulting. So I told him that, all the best, but I don't want to associate with him for that reason. He said he's not insulting anymore, but he then went on to say that he defends the insults that he did, and that he was only joking when he called me a massive faggot. So yeah, I'm not sure what to think about that multiple times. So yeah, I don't know. I considered being like, okay, let's have a conversation, but I have so many other people I could be speaking to that haven't gone that way. So I don't know. I feel like there are more worthy people that I could spend time with, that sounds so arrogant, but I could have a conversation. There have been many other YouTubers that have said, hey, can I do an interview with you? Can you come on the podcast? And I've said no, and they haven't been inflammatory. So, wouldn't I want to go with them instead of someone who has repeatedly insulted me? It's not about the insult, my heart. It's about the principle, right? Like, if you want to have a discussion and you want to move conversations forward, you don't insult your topic, right? You don't, or the person that's saying it. It just seems kind of basic human decency to me, but I don't know. He seemed fine in the Twitter interaction. Bloody Hilarious used some bits to say, hey Joe, you mentioned before that you don't like to stream puzzle games because then people get up in your grill, but aren't Dangan trials any different? People still get ups in arms when you get stuck for a few seconds, so what's up with that? Yeah, and we're used to it now, and I feel like I'm more in tune with the logic of Dangan trials, and we don't really run into any problems. Dangan trials also often follow their own bullshit logic that quite a few people, even fans of the game, agree, hey, this part's kind of bullshit, you know? Like, I don't know, Dangan fans have grown on me throughout this experience. There have been some bad ones, but I feel like the Dangan fans are a lot more reasonable than the people who are just going to show up to shit on a streamer when they're not going through the puzzles properly. There are some bad eggs for sure, but for the most part, they're pretty good. I'm asking the puzzle thing because I do really want to see you stream something like Zero Escape, and I hope you change your mind about chat. I feel like it's inevitable that there will be people who get mad. Yeah, and our chat's pretty good compared to other things, but it depends on when I stream them, and I don't know. It's something I haven't decided on yet, but it's definitely a factor for sure. This kind of thinking is why I picked Triss over Yennefer. I recommend listening to She's Leaving Home by the Beatles, one of my favorite stories in music.
That's a great song.
I haven't heard it.
No, it's the story of a daughter who's leaving home, and she leaves a note, and her parents find it, and it's quite sad, actually.
Is it really?
Yeah. My dad used to play it all the time. My mom didn't like it because obviously the girl leaves, you know.
I wonder how many songs by the Beatles I haven't heard.
But he used to play it.
I wonder how many there are. Huh. Anyway, we have 3 more people to go through on Patreon, so let's see if we can get it done before we get too tired, because I think there's at least 1 heavy question coming up. Maybe 2.
Sergeant Pepper's is great. I think that might be my favorite. My favorite of theirs.
But I thought you might want to know.
Aaron T says, no questions, just recommendations. Since you guys don't seem to really do mobile games, I thought I'd toss a couple of them. The first is Bury Me, My Love, a narrative game where you play as a Syrian husband trying to guide his wife out of Syria and into a better place. The game is played like a choose-your-own adventure, but there is time between the choices, like a couple hours, so that tension is kept throughout, and you are wondering what's going to happen.
That's specific. Okay, I'm interested just because it's so specific. Okay.
The second is Reigns, Her Majesty, where you manage a kingdom through the same interface as Tinder, as advisors and other characters.
What? As Tinder?
Tinder.
Okay.
As advisors and other characters bring you decisions, and you have to keep things in balance.
Okay, that sounds really interesting. Okay, that's cool.
Last minute recommend is Simulacrum. Like a simulacrum. A horror game too spooky for me, where you play as someone who found a girl's phone and you have to find her. That sounds cool.
Oh, do you use the game as if it's taken over your phone interface? Because that's really cool. That sounds like fun.
Hope the Q&A is going well. Those sound cool.
We need new phones. My phone currently has a big crack in it, and it was one of those really cheap Samsung phones that everyone gets for free if they take a phone plan. We've had it for 4 years now?
I've had it since before Fed.
It's my first smartphone, really. I had a Windows phone briefly before it, and now we have an Android. I don't like any Apple products. That's just a bias that I have. Sorry, I'm not really interested in paying more for less. So, anyone have any good recommendations on what's a good Android phone to get for someone who is not really going to use it all that much, but would still maybe like to have a decent phone? What was the first game? Syria, My Love, right?
Bury Me, My Love?
Bury Me, My Love?
Bury Me, My Love.
Bury Me, My Love was the first one. It's the Syrian one, yeah. The ultimate consumer.
OnePlus 6 is a bit expensive, but all around. Pixel is fine.
Reigns is on PC, and honestly would make a fun, silly QA game. Would it really? Okay, maybe we'll look into that. We probably won't, though, because there's so many games that we have to look into, and we don't because it's just long listed that's endless.
No, we're home all the time, so we don't really use the phone for that much. We have the actual computer here, so.
Yep. Anyway, thank you for the recommendations. Did you ever play Yumi Nikki? Yeah, I think it's a very interesting experience of a game. Even if I wasn't a massive fan, a lot of people absolutely love it. Now, we didn't get to it. It was on the list, but we didn't get to it. I wish we had played at least 1 or 2 more horror games, but yeah, Lily was pregnant before we announced that she was pregnant, obviously, so There was some times where October was a little rough. Yeah. So
it's been very rough. Anthony W. says, "Hi, Joe and Lily. Firstly, sorry about my English. It's my first language, and I speak it every day. I apologize for any lack of mistakes. Anyways, I've been a follower since your Dark Souls 3 video, and just recently have become stable enough to contribute. It's been amazing seeing you grow, and it has, along with my recent stability, inspired me to start doing critiques as well.
Good luck with them.
Here are my questions. Did you ever start writing a script and then realize there are tons more to talk about than you originally thought? How then do you decide what to cut?"
Oh, you don't cut anything. That's the last thing that you do.
That's the beauty of it.
Yeah, you just put it all in. No editing. Joseph Anderson does no editing. None ever. Yeah, for sure. There's always gonna be stuff that you leave out. Almost any topic, you're gonna get to the point where you're gonna spiral out of control. I think it's a sign of when you're doing well and that that writing has clicked with you, that you have more trouble keeping things out than you have putting them in. And I think that's a good sign of that maybe you should not be talking about a topic. If you're struggling to get words on the page instead of getting them out off the page, or you're having more trouble starting topics than avoiding them when you're talking about something, then maybe that's a sign that you shouldn't be talking about that thing just yet, and that you should go and do something else instead. I sympathize, and there have been a few videos that have been completely scrapped for that reason. That it's just, this is gonna spiral out into control. I can't really talk about this until I get to this other thing. There was a script that I wrote a while ago that I kept restrained, and when I read it back, I was disappointed in it because it was meant to be short, and because it was meant to be short, it felt kind of hollow because we didn't talk about these other things that really needed to be addressed for it. So that was shelved along with a bunch of other ones along the years that we've been doing this now, the 3 years that we've been doing this now. It may surprise people that no matter what the video, there's usually 10 to 33% cut from the whole thing. And I say 33%, you might be like, well, that's specific, and that's because I know for a fact that the highest percentage that I ever cut was about 20 minutes from a video, and that was Subnautica. There's always stuff that gets cut. Always. Despite the length of the videos, I think that usually that they're fairly dense with information. There have been times where a video has been loose when it's been a bit long. The Uncharted and Last of Us one gets criticized for that a bit, but that's meant to be a plot synopsis. It says it right at the beginning of the video. This is meant to be a watchable plot synopsis. Whereas I feel like the longer ones, Breath of the Wild, Prey, and God of War is the best example, are actually pretty dense. God of War is probably the best that I've ever pulled off recapping the story as we go without there ever being this huge block of, oh my god, we're recapping the story. There's always something that we're talking about as we're doing it, or if we're just doing recapping, it's very brief. Odyssey is probably the one that people dislike the most, if they do dislike those kinds of videos, but there was nothing else to talk about for the last hour or so, and that was the point, was going through every single one of them. It wasn't really to replicate the tedium of playing the game, although some people have taken it that way. That is a cool way of thinking of it, and it works, but when I was putting the video together, it was never my outright intention of, oh, well, let's make the viewer bored, just like I was when I was playing the game. Like, that wasn't it. It was, my primary purpose is to be informative than entertaining. Informative does not mean I'm right. It means that I am trying to provide information and discuss a topic more than being entertaining. I can still be wrong and informative in a weird way. But no, I definitely get where people are coming from. But it was also to support the argument that part at the end was vital to basically saying, here's the proof of everything that I've said. And not only was it vital, it was also so effective that not a single person has ever been able to refute that video. All the arguments that I've seen have been attacking my character, attacking the part that, oh, well, this is your subjective opinion, who gives a shit, or they've been saying, yeah, I see where you're coming from, but I still like it. No one's ever been able to go through that video and say, no, you took this out of context, no, you don't know what you're talking about, you know. They still try, and it just falls flat, you know. Like, I'm not saying no one has ever been able to refute it, because I haven't read every single comment, but I consider the Odyssey video a slam fucking dunk. Like, that's done, you know. Like, I'm not right, I'm not objectively right, I didn't convince everyone, but I supported my points flawlessly, you know? I'm really happy with that video by the end of it. Anyway, yeah, I don't know, that's not really what you asked though, and I'm just waffling about the videos right now. Yeah, there's always going to be stuff that you cut out. My recommendation, if you want my recommendation, is to write out everything that you need to write out. Don't leave anything out, and then trim and cut, because if you need to get into a whole other topic that you think might take 20 minutes and you don't want 20 minutes added to your video, once you're done writing it all out, you might be able to edit it down, and maybe it's only going to add 10 minutes, and maybe 10 minutes is okay. Maybe you find that it's vital to the topic at hand, and you can cut some parts from other places, you know? It also depends on your format, if you're willing to split videos into multiple uploads and you're okay with doing that. I hate doing that, but you might be okay with it. It depends on your format. But take it as a good sign if you are finding it that you are getting roped into discussing multiple things that you didn't really want to discuss. And don't be afraid of just kind of exploring it, you know? Sometimes writing can be like reading, and you are discovering things through the process of it. I learned a lot by writing criticism of writers, usually amateur writers that would post their stuff on critique forums that I used to take part in all the time. It was one of my biggest hobbies when I was in my late teens. I would read amateur fiction, and I would critique it and give feedback and discuss it with the writers, and I would like basically do what I do to games and videos now, on a one-on-one to people's stories, and discuss it with them, and put in like hours to doing this, and I learned so much doing that, so much. So you can learn from writing, so don't be afraid of that. Even if no one sees it, still take it as a learning experience. Maybe you'll find at the end, after you've written the whole thing, that you have 4 topics that you can discuss individually in each video that can be linked together without having to be uploaded in parts, that are still their isolated own separate arguments that you can make videos through that. So yeah, I think that's the best I can say. Getting sleepy, Lily? Beyond sleepy?
I'm a little sleepy.
A little sick?
I'm hungry.
You're hungry?
And that means it's like, well, how much longer do I have before like my stomach realizes, oh my god, I'm hungry, sick. Because, you know, that makes sense, right?
Uh-oh.
My stomach is empty, let's empty it further, you know? That doesn't make any sense. So, yeah. It's been growling a little bit. Hopefully they haven't picked it up on the microphone. What do you expect to be doing in 5 to 10 years? Thanks a lot. Keep doing what you're doing. I think the two of you are adorable. Love you guys.
You say thank you to adorable, and I'm like, let's answer the question. Were there any questions from Catgirl this time?
No.
No questions from Catgirl?
No, I didn't see.
Okay. Before I answer this, because I brought up someone who usually asks questions, if your questions were not answered in this Q&A, please let me know. I copied all the ones that were on Patreon, and if anyone tells me that, you know, the question was missing and it should have been there, we'll start moving this over to Discord. I'll take questions on Discord and put them in a Word file, because Patreon's comment system sucks. So it's messed up before. So if your question wasn't answered or read out loud, it's because we didn't get it. So please let us know.
I was thinking that last month she had her big parasocial question, so maybe we just over answered that one to the point that she skipped a month.
Maybe. Anyway, so what is 5-10 years? Hopefully making video games. That's what I want. Hopefully we'll be living in a bigger city again. We're considering going back to Toronto, but we're more strongly considering Vancouver or Montreal, right? Mm-hmm. That's where we want to go.
Between those two that I would prefer to go.
In 5 years, hopefully that will be finishing up development on the first game or deep into one of them, and have either moved or are right about to move. In 10 years, I hope that there's a company, not a big company, but a company making games. That's what I would like to do. But if that doesn't happen, then I'm happy with where I am now. I don't know how long I can continue doing the streaming, the YouTube videos, and all the community management. So I don't know if I would have to hire someone or I'd have to let some go. But I don't know how long I can keep doing it for. A lot of it's going to depend on how the YouTube channel becomes post-Witcher. The Witcher video might be the last long video that I ever do. And by long video, I mean over 2 hours, over 3 hours, I'm sure there'll still be videos that are about an hour long, but The Witcher might be the last video that's over an hour. So I don't know if that means that they're going to be split up, even though I hate doing that. But I don't know. It's going to depend on how things go with streams and with the videos. So maybe it'll be split up again. I don't know. But the way that I crunch out videos, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it long term. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that. I don't know. If a video game deserves the 90-minute treatment, if it'll go 30 minutes, not sure. But if I can hire someone and they can do some of the work for me, then I don't see why it would go away. It's going to depend a lot on that. Yeah, I don't know if I can talk anymore about the company or anything that I envision, because whatever I say is going to end up being completely wrong, because I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know anything about running a company, really, and I'm going to have to learn as I go. It's going to depend on the success of the first game that is made in a more one-on-one kind of environment, sort of like how Ori and the Blind Forest was apparently made, online with different people contributing. Yeah, with like some online studio or something. Yeah. I don't know, but yeah, that's what I hope I'm doing. I have a lot of ideas for games. Are you gonna be there with me, Lily?
Sure.
Sure.
If you want me to be there.
What do you mean?
Maybe you don't want me to be there.
No, I do.
Maybe you're gonna like level up.
Level up? There's no leveling up. We're max level already. And hopefully there's a daughter there as well. Hopefully this baby is a girl. I don't think we're gonna have a fourth child unless this is twins. So I don't know if we're gonna have a fourth child. This pregnancy is already difficult, and it's at the beginning. So 3 kids might be it for us, but we always kind of thought about 4, right? So we'll see.
We'll see what happens, and we'll see. Maybe we'll explore our options and see if there's something else we can do. I don't know.
Please read this. I honestly think you should take streaming more lax. I don't think you should backlog games so far and take time away from your life and stress yourself as much as you do. But that's my opinion. Well, streaming is going to become more lax after Danganronpa V3 is done. We may do a stream of Fallout 76, but after that, streaming is going to become irregular until a number of things happen. Lily's pregnancy needs to stabilize a bit. We are going to have to do some work in the basement because it's just too cold. So that works. We have to have people in to fix the basement and finish it all up, because I could probably learn how to do it. I'm surprisingly handy when I've ever had to do something. So I could probably do it because it's half finished already. There's no way I can do wiring and pipes and shit. That's completely out of my area. But everything else I could probably do. But the thing is that the way that there's unlimited amount of work that I could do with the channel and streaming, it would actually cost more money for me to do it myself, which is weird. It's really weird. So the only reason I would want to do it is if I would really enjoy doing it.
And I would enjoy doing it, but the other problem is that I probably wouldn't do as good of a job. So yeah, I don't know. So we'll see. Yeah, but streaming is going to become a regular after that. What a misunderstanding about head. What? Sex her at least 4 times, Joe. Someone else says. I can't lay pipe. That's right. I can't lay pipe. That's an innocent kind of thing, right? Can't lay pipe. Okay. Yeah, a lot's gonna depend. We'll see.
Who knows too though? Like,
yeah.
I said to you earlier, look what's happened in 3 years. You know, since Finn was born.
Yeah.
Look how much has changed in 3 years. So, with that now to kind of to propel ourselves off of, like, I don't know where we'll be in 3 years or 5 years or 10 years. That's a long way in the future.
I think most people like the hour-long videos the most too. Like 60 to 80 minutes seems to be what people like the most. I'm not sure. What is that dragon is your picture from? Which dragon? The one on Twitch or the one on Discord? The one on Discord was made by Merrick in response to when I got accused of being a drug dealer when we were trying to rent a house in Toronto. The dragon on Twitch, on Twitch is from a book I wrote. It's just a piece of royalty-free art that I used for a cover for a book that I wrote. There's a new cover that was made a long time ago now because the book is not coming out until the Witcher video is done. And I'll probably switch over to that dragon when the book is out. But yeah, it's royalty-free image. If you pay attention, you'll see that dragon around somewhere else. It was used by some other companies. What is your opinion on Binding of Isaac? I always hear you mention Gungeon, but not your opinion of the Binding of Isaac. I haven't played Binding of Isaac that much. I don't really like it compared to Gungeon. I would like to give it another shot at some point, but when I played it, I didn't have a gamepad, so I had to use the awkward keyboard controls. I know some people love the keyboard controls. I am not a fan, so I couldn't really get into it. I really love the concept, and I like the weird kind of setting that it has. The art style is pretty grotesque, but that's okay. I know some people really appreciate that, but I'm not a big fan of the art style. I prefer what happened in Meat Boy compared to Isaac, but yeah, I just feel like the gameplay is fine, but I prefer Gungeon. Sorry, I know that's probably controversial for a lot of people because Isaac is like holy shit, you know. But like, did Isaac launch a genre? I feel like it did. You know, it's its own. I know it's roguelike and Rogue did it, but I feel like Isaac is the first of its kind for what it specifically did. Like, you can link any genre to anything if you keep going back far enough. Nothing is really pure. And I feel like Isaac is its own thing. And, like, mad fucking props to Isaac for doing that, because it's a pretty genius fucking idea, you know? But I prefer Gungeon's gameplay, and the gameplay is the most important part for me. And I really didn't like, and I don't like this in Gungeon either, so I'm not, you know, I'm not being hypocritical. I just found it easier to get into Gungeon than Isaac in this way. I really don't like in Isaac when I pick up something and I have no fucking idea what it does, and I have to look up a wiki. Now, apparently they fixed that now. You can actually see the description in the game when you look over something. But like, I feel like maybe things in Gungeon are more grounded, so you can kind of have a kind of idea of what it is. But yeah, I really didn't like that in Gungeon. In Isaac, I felt like I was constantly tabbing out. Nuclear Throne. Nuclear Throne I tried it and it was okay, but I feel like it had some performance problems. It didn't run above 30 frames per second or something, and that was fucking with me a little bit, considering how quick and intense it is, and you can just die out of nowhere. I was saying this in Discord earlier. I feel as though in a roguelike, like, one of the rules of a roguelike for me to enjoy it is that you can't be instantly killed. And that's one of the reasons why I don't like Spelunky. Spelunky is not a bad game, and I did play Spelunky a fuck ton of hours. And and I enjoyed most of my time with it, but that was the most frustrating thing about Spelunky, was that you could die instantly from some pits and spikes and traps, and I didn't really like that. And from what I saw of Nuclear Throne, you can also instantly die in that game. Or at the very least, it felt like I did, and I'm pretty sure I've watched Northern Lion instantly die in one of his playthroughs. And I'm not a fan of that, So, yeah. But I'm not sure about which one I would put at the top. I've played Gungeon the most, so that's my favorite. Okay. What's the next question? Is this the last person?
No.
No?
Oh, I was like Leo. No.
No. No, I'm Leo.
Is
no.
Micah?
No, let me tell you.
Not Micah.
The other day, we're having dinner, and Leo keeps reaching out of his high chair and tapping me on the shoulder. And I turn to him, and he goes, no. So he just keeps tapping me, so I look, and he goes, no. He did it the whole meal. I don't know.
It was a game to him.
I also told Finn today during dinner, because he kept getting out of his chair and wouldn't finish his food. Or, we don't force them to finish their food, because we've read that that's actually a bad thing. And so it's just like, eat enough, though. Like, we can't let the kids starve. And it's like, he keeps leaving his chair. I'm like, Finn, sit in your food and eat your chair. Silly daddy. Silly daddy. Anyway, what's the question?
There's 3 more.
There's 3 more? Oh, wow, okay.
So, Micah W. says, I regret to inform you that Micah couldn't make it to the Q&A this month.
Uh-oh.
I decided to step in and ask questions on his behalf. Who am I, you may wonder? I am Marika. I may write like Micah, sound like Micah, look like Micah, and even be using Micah's account, but I'm a totally different person. Why is the name so similar? Don't ask questions. We can't be the greatest mystery ever made if you ask questions. There's a really deep explanation for all of this, trust me. Anyway, it's question time.
Wow, okay. Danganronpa character.
How do you feel about the story device of the world has gone crazy and almost everybody is killing and doing various horrible things, and it's all thanks to a few people? I know you hate it in Danganronpa, but why? Other stories do the same things, such as the Purge franchise. Not sure if you've seen any of them. Even your favorite film of all time, Fight Club, uses the everyone is crazy thanks to one guy trope. Why is it more believable there and not in Danganronpa? If it's any comfort, the anime elaborates on the tragedy in more detail than the other 2 games combined. Is the believability of the trope determined by your views on humanity in general, or is that irrelevant?
I haven't seen The Purge. You're right about Fight Club. So the difference for me comes in that you see a lot more of it, the cult that Tyler Durden is building, and he is stirring up a revolution, just like many other revolutions have happened throughout history. The difference for me, and also, because some people brought this up in the YouTube comments, and I just thought that they were just fucking crazy, and like there's no way that they can actually be comparing real world history revolution examples to what Junko did, because what Junko did wasn't cause a revolution that changed the world. She destroyed the world. Like, she caused the apocalypse. Junko not only convinced people to kill their own families in tribute of her, kill themselves, all this other stuff. She also somehow made a array of robot bears to go around terrorizing the world and killing people. That's a really big difference. I don't think that there have been many revolutions that have caused people to kill their own families, unless they were in a brainwashed cult. And even if that was the case, it's not going to spread throughout the whole world like it did in Danganronpa 1. That's where it becomes really, really far-fetched to me, and I can't accept it. The other problem is that she was apparently in school the whole time with the cast while this was going on, so I don't know how she had time to do all these things. She was part of the class in the first year of Hope's Peak Academy, so how was she doing all these things? It takes time for it to happen. So I would accept that she caused things on a small scale, and she was able to enthrall some people and cause some change. But I just don't buy it at all. Now, maybe the anime fixes some of the problems, but when I was criticizing it, I only knew what was going on in Danganronpa 1 and 2. And I think that's more than fair, because when Danganronpa 1 and 2 came out, the anime wasn't out. So people didn't have the answers either. They just had what was going on in the games. Yeah, I just I just don't buy it. There's a huge difference between a revolution that changes the world than two high school girls destroying the world. Just no. If it's anime bullshit, then okay. But the problem with anime bullshit being an excuse for everything, which a lot of people do point to, is that anime bullshit is not part of the games all that often. You know, it is there, but this is the series that, oh, how did the killer climb a 9-foot wall to get to a window? Oh, there needs to be this elaborate reason for it, because it's just not acceptable that someone could jump up 9 feet. You know what I mean? Like, it's quite grounded and limited in many ways. You know, it makes sense. You know, like, oh, well, how did they couldn't get through this door because it was locked? Well, they can't bust it down because, you know, there are human limitations that aren't there in the rest of the anime. A small group of people destroying the world, or even one person destroying the world, is fine if it was, you know, they released some sort of contagion, or they unearthed something horrible accidentally, or you know, some crazy inventor builds like a robot that, you know, replicates itself. Okay, but that wasn't explained. In fact, so little was explained at the end of Danganronpa 1 that I'm pretty sure that the writer didn't know the answer. That it was just, who cares? That at the end of Danganronpa 1, it's unclear whether the world has ended outside or not, and the reason why it's unclear is because the writer didn't know. The same way for how did the memory loss happen? Don't know, right? That's what I think. Maybe I'm wrong about that, because, you know, the series did spin into its own thing, but that's how I see it. You know, like Junko. I don't understand, if Junko has this ability and is a master manipulator and, you know, is the ultimate Mary Sue, why does she even go to the school? You know, like, why does she even do these things? You know, like, if she's able to manipulate everyone to that extent, you know, what could she possibly need? Unless she learns how to manipulate people in the school with some sort of plot, you know, Deus Ex Machina, you know. Okay, then that's explained, but at the time that I'm criticizing it, I don't know that, right? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the backlash to that point has come from a lot of people that know the whole story, and I don't, and they're criticizing me for he doesn't know. You know, he's commenting on a story that he hasn't seen the sequel to yet, which is, hey, fair, you know, like, hey Joe, shut up and finish it first. But I think that I make it clear when I'm criticizing things that, hey, I'm only going on by the information that I have so far.
What were the kinds of reactions you received by people after you disliked Silent Hill 2? Were you sad that you felt this way? I think you mentioned in a tweet that you found people's overwhelming praise of the story to be troubling. Why? Were you taken by surprise by people's low standards for storytelling? Did watching any critiques on the game increase your own opinion of it? What would you give it out of 10? By today's standards, not a grade for its time.
I don't think people have low standards for liking Silent Hill 2. I don't think that at all. I think that Silent Hill 2 was very good for the time that it came out, and I will never know if I would have enjoyed it a lot back then. But storytelling was even worse back then in video games, and the fact that Silent Hill 2 had any amount of subtlety, has subtext at all, sets it apart from what was out at the time. I still think that other games at the time had better stories, even games that came out before that. But this is still an exceptional thing for the time, now that I've had more time to look back and think about it and watch videos on it. I think what has happened, and this is going to sound a little arrogant, and I'm sorry, but I think what's happened is that this game has been put on a pedestal for how good it was at the time, and no one has really come along, or no one that I saw a video on has come along and questioned the premise that it is actually a good story. Everyone just assumes that it is, and it was really worthwhile, and it's still something really, really special. It is not a bad game, and it is not a bad story at all. I don't think I ever said it. I think maybe at the end of the stream I said this was kind of bad, but that was more of an emotional response because I was really disappointed. So yeah, that was wrong of me to say that, but I don't think I said it again after that. I don't think it's a bad game, and I don't think it's a bad story. I just don't think it's great, and I don't think it's outstanding. Like great, outstanding is above great to me. It's just, like it's not that remarkable. Maybe it was remarkable back then, but I kind of feel like the remarkable nature of it has just stayed, and just people have spoken about it and continually built upon it, and it's just gotten this reputation for being this amazing masterpiece, which I don't think it is. I think that symbolism and subtext is important, and the only thing that's upsetting about the reaction to the Silent Hill 2 streams is that apparently I now only like straightforward stories. I don't understand symbolism, let alone like it. I don't understand subtext, and I don't like it as well. I've written stories with symbolism. I've written stories with subtext. My favorite book is Catch-22, which is notoriously difficult to read for many people. It is got a reputation for being taught, in one of the later classes in high school, and the students are like, "Fuck this," my favorite author is John Irving. I have videos on Soma and What Remains of Edith Finch discussing these very things and going into detail on them. Not to mention other videos on stories, but apparently, It's not that I could think that it's not done well. It's that I don't understand it. It's no one's arguing the points. It's that they're just trying to dismiss criticism because they don't like it. Now, that's people that haven't spoken to me directly, and a few people that have left some shitty comments on YouTube. The rest of the people I discussed it with have actually been pretty good. If we had a one-on-one conversation, whether that was on Discord or Twitter or in DMs, or I watched videos and I kind of had a discussion with the creators. I spoke to the Gaming Brit a bit in DMs. I had a kind of indirect conversation with Seamus Young about it. When he wrote an article after, he acknowledged his written piece, he read the Twitter thread, and then he wrote an article, so we kind of had like an indirect conversation about that. I spoke to Shintai, I think that's how you say his name, Daniel on Twitter, and some other people on Twitter as well. And those conversations were pretty good, it seems like we all got along, we respect each other's opinions, and it's like, okay, cool. Some of them started out a little bit rocky, but we came to some mutual understanding. I watched almost every single video that there is on Silent Hill 2. If there's a video on Silent Hill 2 and it is a critique video or an analysis video and it's on YouTube and it comes up when you search for it, the first 2 pages or whatever, I watched it. I may not have watched the whole thing. There was one in particular that was like 3 hours long or something, and I got halfway through it. Like, I tried, but it wasn't that it was bad. It was just like I was hearing the same things I had already heard from every single other video up until that point, because it was one of the last ones that I watched. So I was like, okay, like maybe there's something good at the end, but sorry, I was running short on time at that point. If I was to give it a score out of 10 for modern standards, I would probably give it a 5. Because the gameplay is kind of butt. The puzzles are okay. The puzzles were probably the gameplay that I enjoyed the most. The story is it's not bad, but it's good-ish. You know what I mean? Like it just seems really shallow to me. But that's like, it's not fair to give anything a score so many years later, like standards have changed, you know. Whereas compared to when it came out, I don't know what I would give it. I have no idea. I'd have to go back in time and find out. The main problem I have with it is that the story, and I was expecting a good story experience. I wasn't expecting a good gameplay experience. The most I liked about it was the setting. The setting was really good, and I liked the concept. I love this concept of a place or a thing that looks different to everyone who perceives it. I've even written a story that had that in it, and I really liked that. So it's really cool. But the story is basically actually I shouldn't spoil it just in case anyone hasn't played it. But the story is very straightforward and very simple at the end of the game. You know, when you get there and it's everything's revealed to you, it is very straightforward and very simple. And the parts that aren't straightforward and aren't simple are the symbolism that is built into what James sees around the town as he's going through it. And a lot of that, which I understand, I'm pretty sure all of it that does have a definitive answer. I'm pretty sure I understand all of it at this point. It's cool. It's like, yeah, that's fun, but it doesn't add almost anything to the story for me. It's like, okay, yeah, whatever. It's like, yeah, and it's like, I don't even think a lot of the symbolism is intentional that a lot of people think, but even when I assume that it is, I will look at it and go, and like, it's not that interesting. It doesn't really matter that much, you know. It doesn't change much. It doesn't add that much, and that is giving the game the biggest benefit of the doubt that I can give it. I don't really understand how anyone who plays it today would think that it's special. I could see you enjoying the concept and setting again like I did, but the story itself, I understand someone thinking, oh, this was pretty good, but thinking that it's like, oh my god, you know, I don't understand that. But clearly people do, so this is just something that I'm just not going to get. But yeah, I don't know. Someone in chat is saying, it drives me mad that he just ignores presentation every time he talks about Silent Hill 2. What do you mean? I just spoke about presentation, right? Like the setting and how it's shown to you? I really get that he doesn't like it when the story is all neatly presented with Hollywood voice acting and 3-act structures. But the fact is rough on the edges is the charm. What do you mean? I don't think I've criticized any of the voice acting right now. I do question whether or not the voice acting is intentional or not. But it doesn't really matter. But the question really wasn't about, you know, can you go into really big detail about you know, the whole thing, you know? It's just, how do I feel about it now? I appreciate some of the symbolism a little bit more now that I know that some of it was intentional and that thought went into it, but I also appreciate some of the other ones less. One of the most frustrating comments that is repeated is that I didn't understand Pyramid Head. Now, maybe I said this wrong during the stream, or maybe it was taken out of context, I don't know. But when I said I didn't understand Pyramid Head, I meant I don't understand literally why he's a Pyramid Head. Like, I'm not talking about the executioner part of it that he sees in the thing, in the museum. I mean, literally, why is he a pyramid? And I know the answer to that now, and it's very unsatisfying. So there was no deeper meaning to why he's a pyramid. You know, it's just basically to really be reductive about it. It was basically because it just looks cool. You know, that's the answer. I don't want to spoil it again. It's a tiny little bit more depth than that, but that's the answer. It's just, it looks cool. So that's an acceptable answer, but that's not deep storytelling. You know what I mean? Like that's fine. Things can just look cool, but yeah. That's the answer that I got. I feel like I'm missing part of Vardek's thing. It isn't a narrative masterpiece, and it never was. The setting and sound design is what makes it a masterpiece. That's fair, but most people are telling me that it's a narrative masterpiece, and that's the impression that I get. Whenever I was reading things and watching things, it was mostly about the story. It was like the story is just, oh my god, the story. You know, it's So if that's your stance on it, you're kind of right there with me with having this outlying opinion on the game. I'm sorry for your lots. You liked my streams of Silent Hill 2? Thanks. I enjoyed finally getting to it. I think that's all I can say about that.
Quick questions.
Okay.
Joe and Lily, do you watch or pay attention to news, local, national, or world?
Not really. I am subscribed to some news feeds, but not actively. I don't get up and read the paper or read a dedicated news site. I've completely bought into this idea that we're in a post-truth world, and I feel like I can't trust anything that's being said to me. So I'm pretty ignorant when it comes to what's going on. I get a general idea, but I don't really spend a lot of time dedicated to that. And honestly, since I stopped, I feel a bit happier. So I feel as though I'm that guy. I'm Cypher in the Matrix. And I don't think that my way is the right way, but I feel happier because of that. What about you?
Every morning I check CP24, even though we don't live in Toronto anymore. And that gives me my little blurb points about what's happening in Toronto and in the world and in entertainment. From there, I check if there's something that catches my eye that I want to know more about, I will check BBC or CNN. And I see headlines on Twitter. And again, if there's something that catches my eye, I'll go looking deeper. And I read TMZ for my celebrity gossip news. Yeah.
You slut.
Yeah.
Damn.
I find it fun. So that's my my real news and my fake news, if you will.
Sapiens, man. Sapiens, the book taught me that gossip is all right.
It's good, especially though when someone dies or something. And they don't always just have celebrity stuff. Like when there's a shooting or something somewhere, when there's like a big, they do follow that too. And they give really good updates. So I like them for that too. But yeah, I don't go much beyond that. My dad used to get the paper all the time, and I used to read the newspaper. When I was still living with them. But since we moved out, we've never had the newspaper. And at work, I used to read the newspaper whenever they left. People would come in for lunch and leave a paper behind, but not anymore. Have you seen the Scott Pilgrim movie?
I have, and I liked it. I thought it was surprisingly good. And by surprisingly good, it's not like, oh my god, best movie ever. I was surprised that I liked it. There you go. I should have just said that instead. I'm getting a bit tired, sorry. Yeah, I was surprised that I liked it.
Have you played the Scott Pilgrim game?
No.
Have you read the Scott Pilgrim comic?
No.
Please play Despair Girls and stream the anime before V3. Please. Goodbye for now.
Awkward. Sorry, we didn't stream either of them. I didn't play Despair Girls, but I did watch most of the anime. We couldn't get it done at the end. Sorry.
So we're on our last two.
And Kiefer O's is actually quite brief, right?
I'm gonna say, can we do them Kiefer O and then do them the other one?
Sure.
Because they're so fast, and then if I have to go lie down or something, then you can keep talking as long as you need to about the other question.
Okay.
Kiefer O says, "Hey Joe and Lily, I got two for you. What is your ideal pizza?"
Ideal pizza is from Pioneer's Pizza in Toronto. That was the best pizza ever. They also had the best wings. Miss Pioneers, man.
F.
Yep, F for Pioneer's Pizza. It has double cheese, not extra cheese.
Mm-hmm. Very important.
Double cheese. When you eat pizza, everyone is fat, right? That's the rule. Mm-hmm. That's what you do.
If you're gonna do it,
if you're gonna eat pizza, you eat pizza. Not extra cheese, double cheese, pepperoni and bacon. Not bacon strips, bacon crumble. Mm-hmm. That's what we get. Yeah.
However, if you're in Moncton and you have the option between bacon strips and Canadian bacon, you never do Canadian bacon. It's like ham.
Mm-hmm.
Learned the hard way.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you guys, if you order pizza and you've been ordering just normal cheese or extra cheese, or
if you've never even it's never even occurred to you that you would get more cheese on your pizza, next time you order it, do yourself a favor and ask for double cheese.
I agree with this.
And it'll change your life. Ask for double cheese.
Pioneers.
F.
What common household chore is your favorite, least favorite to take care of? Big thanks.
Lily does most of the chores right now. Basically, our arrangement is that Lily does the majority of the stuff that is like not heavy, like fixing stuff or even as low as replacing light bulbs, that sort of thing, like. But if a door needs fixing or any heavy stuff, that I do that. But Lily does most of the regular stuff around here, so I can just work as much as possible. So it's sort of like I do just go to work, even though I stay here, while Lily's home with the kids. I would say that my least favorite is probably doing the dishes. I don't like doing the dishes. It used to be doing the cat boxes because we had so many cats, and that was my job. And I really don't like doing the cat boxes when there were so many. But now there's only one cat, so that's not too bad anymore. But I used to fucking hate doing that. Yeah, probably the dishes is my least favorite overall night now. And my favorite is taking the dogs out. It's nice to get outside and get some fresh air and have that kind of breaking up your routine a bit inside, But we'll see if that's gonna happen when it gets really snowy in Moncton. What happens to the cats? We had to get rid of some of them because they were aggressive toward the kids. One of them died, and we have one left. The oldest cat died. How long ago now? A year?
Almost a year ago. It'll be a year the day after Leo's birthday. I don't know.
You don't know? Are they all kind of the same to you?
No, but there's like more than one that are kind of tied. I like doing the dishes, mostly. I kind of zone out when I'm doing them, so I don't really mind. I like doing laundry, but laundry is a pain in the ass because it's in the basement and you work in the basement. So I have to do it within certain time frames, and then
the laundry can't be going all
then I forget, or I get doing something else, or I'm distracted, and then I don't do it, because then I can't just go down whenever I feel like it. So I don't really like that. But whatever. So yeah, I don't mind those, but I don't like anything to do with the floors. Sweeping and vacuuming, I really don't like. And I think equally dislike folding laundry and putting it away. I really hate that. I don't mind washing it, but I hate folding it and putting it away. And I'm not thrilled with changing the bedding either, because I always have to climb onto the mattress and fight with the mattress to get those fitted sheets on and everything, and to get the pillows and those things. And it just seems so tedious to me that, like, you fight to get the bed all nice, and then you get in it and you just wreck it. So, like,
I hate doing the sheets. That's really bad.
I don't mind, like, that it's lovely that they're clean, and everything. And, who doesn't love clean sheets? But, like, I just hate the fitted sheet, and like, I have to wrestle with it, and it's bigger than me, and, it's not good. So, yeah, I don't know. They're kind of tied. Xfia says, hello again, just one topic for Joe this time. Actually, it's more of a request than a question. It also might be a bit personal. That is, could you elaborate on what the sleep disorder experience is like? And by this, they meant sleep paralysis and dreaming.
Okay.
It was discussed briefly on some of the previous sessions, and I found it extremely interesting. Also, how does it affect your dreams? Any particularly memorable ones? Congrats and good luck with the upcoming kid. Also, I took your advice and started taking a philosophy class, which I've quite enjoyed so far. So thanks for that.
Is the philosophy class teaching like basic logic? Because that's the big thing that I enjoyed about the philosophy class. And I think there's a plane flying overhead. It's been a while since that's happened. Can you guys hear the plane? Okay, I think it's passing. Yeah, so in case anyone doesn't know, I am narcoleptic. I have narcolepsy. I've had it forever, and I only found out that I had it when I was around 22. Yeah, around that time. So I've known for almost 11 years that I have narcolepsy. But I had it before then. That's sort of the joke, the cruel joke of mental disorders or genetic disorders that you're born with, is that you go through this whole time having it without really knowing that you have it. So when I was a kid, I used to see ghosts. I used to have dreams where I didn't know I was dreaming, and I would see things, I would hallucinate, I would hear things. One of the most vivid and repeating nightmares I used to have was that there was something at the bottom of the bed pulling the covers off of me. And it would be so real that I would be struggling against the blanket being pulled off the bed, that I would pull back, and the dream would end with it being yanked so hard out of my hand that I would like fling onto the back of the bed. Like it would be like that. It would be like, you know, when you're someone's pulling something away from you and then they let go and then you go flying because all of the thing that you've been struggling against is gone. That's what was happening. And I would wake up and the blankets would be at the bottom of the bed, and then I would, now awake, have a really tense, 10, 15, maybe even 20 minutes of just, laying in bed just fucking crying because I don't want to reach down and get the blanket, but I can't fall asleep without having the blanket because now I'm awake and I'm a kid and I don't know what's going on. I'm pretty sure at this point that what was actually happening was that the blankets were stuck under the mattress or stuck against the frame of the bed, and I would start pulling on them in my sleep. And narcolepsy is tied with sleep paralysis, which is when you wake up and can't move. It's has sleep attacks where you have irresistible urges to sleep. It is not like it is in movies and pop culture, in media. You do not fall down asleep out of nowhere. You just have a very, very strong urge to sleep. Cataplexy, which is most people have probably experienced cataplexy at least one point in their lives. It's when you experience a very strong emotion and it makes you weak. So if you've ever laughed so hard that you kind of collapse, like your knees kind of go, or you can't lift your arms properly anymore because you're laughing so hard, that's kind of what cataplexy is. So that's part of narcolepsy as well. And there's some other things, but those are the main ones. Vivid dreaming, you dream instantly. You don't have the same REM cycles as normal sleepers do. Normal sleepers don't get into REM sleep, which is dream sleep, usually for 60-90 minutes after they fall asleep, whereas narcoleptics can enter instantly even when they're awake. So that there's a lot of differences. The best way to describe narcolepsy is to imagine 3 light switches, and the first one is asleep, awake. The second one is paralyzed, not paralyzed, and the third one is dreaming, not dreaming. And narcoleptics can have these switches flip in any order at any time, depending on the severity of their narcolepsy. So the paralysis is either they're paralyzed because of when they wake up, or the paralysis can be cataplexy because they can't really move all that well, they're losing muscle control. Dreaming is hallucinating, and sleeping is, of course, they're asleep or they're awake. But having them be light switches is probably not a good way of communicating exactly how it works. It's more like they're dimmer switches, so they're knobs that you can turn, and there's a spectrum between one end and the other. So what I think now, when I was a kid, is that I was probably having a cataplexy attack in my sleep, and I would half wake up with something close to sleep paralysis, and that I was imagining that there was something at the bottom of the bed pulling the blanket, when in reality what was happening is that I was so weak because of the cataplexy that I could not pull the blanket, and that was making it feel like
it was something struggling against me, and then at the end of it, I would kick the blanket off when I was finally, fully awake and the cataplexy wore off, and that would kind of end with a jolt when I would wake up properly, and I would find myself on the bed, and that happened quite a lot. I also used to hear a woman's voice whispering my name in my ear, and when I was just about to fall asleep, it would happen almost every single night for between the ages of 5 and 12. Just no woman's voice in particular. It wasn't my mother's voice or my sister's voice or anything like that. It was just a woman's voice just whispering my name, like directly into my ear, like Joseph, like that, like when I was just about to fall asleep. And that is an auditory hallucination. That is part of hallucinations that come. The actual name of them, because it's a known phenomena, is hypogagnic or hypogognic hallucinations. That's what it is. It has a name, and they would manifest for me in seeing people in the room, seeing people just staring at me from across the room. They would just look at me. Sometimes it would be someone dancing in the room. They weren't always scary, but of course it would be like, okay, how the fuck did you get in here? Hearing things, and it got worse as I got older. The scariest time was the scariest 2 times was when I woke up and my room was on fire. And that sounds pretty tame, but it's really hard to make it clear how real these dreams are. It's not like, oh, I dreamt the room was on fire. Like, I woke up and the room was fucking on fire. Like it's like all the walls, smoke everywhere. You could smell it, you could hear it, you could see it. It was even hot. Like that's what it is. And that went on for about a minute until I snapped out of the sleep paralysis. I couldn't move either because I was paralyzed. The other one was when I woke up and there was a thing in the room. I can only describe it as a thing. It was kind of like the best word I can use to describe it is a behemoth, because I probably read a poem right before it, which was The Second Coming by is it William Butler Yeats? I think it is. And there's a line at the end of the poem which is, and what rough beast its hour come at last, slouches toward Bethlehem to be born. I think that's the line. So there was this rough beast thing in the room, kind of hanging over the bed with like fur and eyes and too many arms and legs, and it was just kind of bobbing its hunched head like I'm doing right now that you can't hear, and it kept running around the bed, sort of like a dog that's trying to make a jump that it knows that it can't make, but it wants to make it anyway. And it kept saying, "Why are you still here? Why are you still here?" like that. And that might sound funny, like that's what it was saying, but again, paralyzed and couldn't move. So those were the 2 scariest ones. There have been more that are psychologically scary. I would say that quite possibly the scariest thing that has ever happened to me that still kind of gets to me today is getting stuck in, I think it was a 5-layer dream loop. And once you experience more than 3, I think at that point, like, there's a little bit of your psyche that's damaged forever, and I'm pretty sure there's a little part of me that never really knows if I'm awake or asleep, and if anything is real. So the 5-layer dream loop was being in a dream and having just a normal kind of vivid dream that I have, and I woke up, and then I went into the living room and I said to Lily, "You wouldn't believe this dream that I had." And then I woke up again, and then I'm like, oh, what the hell? And I went into the room and I told Lily, "You wouldn't believe the dream that I had. Not only did I dream I was in a dream, I dreamt that I woke up and came and told you about the dream." And then I woke up again, and it happened. And then the 4th layer was by far the most vivid dream I've ever had in my entire life. it's the most I have never been able to tell if I'm dreaming or not, was the fourth layer. And it went on for about an hour. And I remember going in to the room and saying, you wouldn't believe the dream I just had, and all these dream loops, and explaining it very, very rationally and very calmly, very awake, very aware of what's going on. Sitting down, having like a meal with Lily, watching an episode of a TV show, like that sort of thing, thinking nothing of it. And then Lily turned to me and said, it would be funny if you were still dreaming. And then I woke up, and that was like, I'm pretty sure I curled up into a ball and just shook for about 20 minutes after that. Like I couldn't believe that it had still been a dream. 4 layers in, I just couldn't believe it. So there's that. I've died in my dreams. I've died a lot in my dreams, and for most people, that when they die in their dreams, the dream is over. The dream is not over when I die in my dreams. I've been shot, I've been stabbed, I've had heart attacks, I've had seizures. The seizures are the most real. That's pretty terrifying. I don't think that any of my dreams are anywhere close to the actual feeling of what it would be. Like I feel pain when I'm stabbed or I'm shot. But I don't think it's anywhere near to what it actually would be like. But it's in the dream. It feels pretty real. It's like a burning along with it. But the worst one, and this is going to be pretty personal, I'm sorry, but my mom died of a brain aneurysm, and a couple of months later, I had a dream that it was going to happen to me, and it kept happening, and it kept repeating, and I kept waking up in the middle of the night thinking that I was going to have a brain aneurysm too. I was terrified of it. I had MRIs to make sure that I don't have the problem. Used to wake Lily up a lot saying, my head is hurting. I think it's a brain aneurysm, because my mom, before she died, she was in the hospital bed in the emergency room because she was taken there because she was having a massive throbbing headache before the aneurysm burst. She had her right hand over her left eye, and she was pretty much shoving the palm of her hand right into her eye to kind of like hold in the pain, that sort of thing. And there were times where I had pain like in the exact same spot afterwards, and it was probably some mix of like making it up myself along with just a normal headache sort of thing. The older I'm getting, the more I get something close to migraines when the weather changes. Anyway, so I kept having the recurring nightmare that was going to happen to me. And then one night I had the nightmare that I had an aneurysm and it burst. And I remember, the dream fucking with me. I remember, because this is what it really is. It's yourself torturing yourself. And I think this was probably the last straw where we're going to get into stuff that sounds like sci-fi. That was the last straw for me where I started setting up defense mechanisms after that. So what happened in the nightmare was that I was walking around in a house. I don't know why I was in a house, because we weren't living in a house. And I walked from the living room into the kitchen, and I remember my legs buckling, my head throbbing in pain, and I remember falling to the floor, and I remember like something snapping in my head, and I remember thinking, oh, this is a dream. I'm gonna wake up when I hit the floor. I'm just dreaming that I'm having a brain aneurysm go off, and then I hit the floor, and the dream continued on for another 15 minutes. And I remember thinking, oh, and and I died, and dying is kind of like in the dreams is like going through like this vortex of dark water. There's like, how you see water in the dark and there's a flashlight on it and you can see like parts of it's like sheening or shimmering in the light, because it's gleaming with the light on it, but mostly it's dark. It's like a dark snake, you know what I mean? That's what dark water looks like in the night with only one like limited light source. It's like being rushed through that sort of vortex of that's what it was like. And that went on for quite a while, and then I woke up in bed being like, oh, I'm alive, because I really thought I had died. At a certain point, the seizure on the floor went on for so long that I thought that I was like, okay, this is actually a dream, and I'm dead in real life. I've died while I'm dreaming, and this is just how it's ending. This is the curtain closing. This is actually a dream, but I'm laying in bed right now suffocating because an aneurysm has gone off or something.
And after that, I started setting up defense mechanisms, but which were mostly done subconsciously, because there were triggers that I started noticing. And the triggers are going to be meaningless to anyone else. You know, it would be a soccer ball bouncing through the room. You know, it would be a door opening with a specific sound of a creak. You know, it would be just a feeling or a tone of music being played in the dream. You know, it's really off. You know, things that aren't really that strange, but are like, wait, why is that happening? And I noticed that would be when the guy with no eyes would show up, or the three hag witches would show up that just like to poke you with scissors. You know, like just shit like that. You know, that's when they show up. That's where the guy that has the big furry head would show up. You know, like. And that would make me go boom, wake up, and that's what I taught myself. So I went from having really like long periods of sleep. The longest I've ever slept for is 24 hours straight. It's happened twice, I think, maybe 3 times. It's happened 2 or 3 times. Is that I went from going from that kind of sleep to I pretty much woke up every 5 to 20 minutes. And that's what I'm like now. The problem is that those things are starting to wear off now. And in the past year, I've started to have nightmares again. And they're coming back. So it's like an arms race against yourself. Last time I spoke about this on Patreon, the Q&A, everything was all hunky-dory. And I was waking up a lot and getting very disturbed sleep. But still waking up and not having the nightmares. And now now that's going away. It's kind of wearing off a little bit. So those things aren't working anymore. There are new triggers that I haven't recognized yet. But at the same time, the nightmares are actually not that severe. Those casts of characters that would come back and try and fuck with me. And to make the point clear, the ones I've mentioned are only the ones that are kind of tangible I can describe. The other ones are just kind of feelings. You know, it's like... It's just terror. It's just, you know, the nightmare changes and it's just terror. It's like being caught in that vortex again. It's something that you hear. And it's like, you know, it's just a sense of impending doom. Like you're fucked, you're fucked, you're fucked, you're fucked, you're fucked. It's like that. And those are the worst than actually seeing something, you know, because that's a feeling. You can kind of rationalize the feeling. Anyway, so those haven't come back yet. They probably won't. But, yeah, I just... I wonder if what's going to happen if I can set up, recognize different triggers while I'm asleep, because I still usually wake up quite a lot throughout the night. Yeah, it's terrorizing yourself. Sleep paralysis is not something that bothers me that much because I don't experience it that much. I find that sleep paralysis happens if I fall asleep trying to have a nap in a place where I don't usually sleep. So if I try to nap on the couch in the middle of the day, which I just don't do anymore, because I tried a bunch of times and it just always ends up with sleep paralysis, I will wake up because I feel like there's probably part of me that's like, you can't sleep for too long, so don't get too comfy. And there's another part that is like, you don't know where you are right now. This isn't the usual place that you sleep. And that leads to sleep paralysis. And sleep paralysis is just the worst thing in the world. It's just the worst. It's just you can't really breathe properly, you can't move, but you're fully awake and aware of what's going on. It feels like your ears are underwater, for me at least. You just, it's like there's someone holding you perfectly still in place without hurting you, you know, without the hands gripping your arms or legs, you know, hurting you severely. It's just, you can't move. And when you do try to move, it's like you're pushing against a coffin. It's like you can't even start to move to get momentum going. You have to break through it. And the only way I can break through it is if I visualize a fist behind my eyes, and I visualize the fist breaking through, you know, the paralysis in some way. And it's sort of like you kind of close your eyes and you just focus your whole entire attention between your eyes, and that's how I break through it. It would probably work if I focused it anywhere else, but that's where I visualize it. That's coincidentally, that's also what I do when I try to wake up when I think that I'm asleep. When I think I'm in a dream, I close my eyes and I kind of just focus my whole entire
person into right there, right in front of my eyes, and I just kind of push, and I kind of like tense my whole body up at the same time, and that's usually when I wake up. If I think that I'm asleep, which has happened quite a lot. Before I set up the kind of triggers, there'd be plenty of times where I would be just walking down the street and I'd be like, oh, I wonder if I'm dreaming, and I would test it, and I was. It happened, not that, all the time, but enough that I'm telling you. So this is, it's not the worst disorder to have, but it's definitely interesting, and it's good for having it's good for writing, like it's a lot of different experiences. The worst thing is just the sleep quality is just awful. It's terrible. And that led to more problems as I got older, because narcolepsy gets worse the older you get. So it's something that you can't really adapt to very much when it comes to the sleeping side of it. So it was okay at first, but as I got into my late teens, it was harder and harder to get up in the morning to go to school, and then it was harder and harder to get up to go to work. So yeah, it was pretty bad.
You also talk in your sleep and walk in your sleep,
yep.
and get up and move around and grab the air conditioner and try to pull it out of the window and open all the drawers and the dressers and the
yep.
closets looking for something and wake me up and don't make any sense. And the one time you tried to wake me up because you thought I was dead, and you shook the shit out of me.
And I don't remember any of these.
Yeah, it scared me. After I woke up and she was shaking me like I was unconscious.
Yeah, and I don't remember any of it. Lily would often say to me, hey, you woke up 5 times last night, and do you remember any of them? I'd be like, no. And it's only recently that it started happening again, right?
It's only been maybe the last month or so. Like, you woke me up the other night and said to me, and you were so calm about it, can you sit with me? And then you lay down again, and you wanted me to sit up with you, and you went back to sleep, but you didn't remember anything about it in the morning. So I don't know why you wanted me to sit with you. If you had a nightmare or something, I have no idea. I don't know.
You remind me about the air conditioner one, because I forgot about that, because it was so long ago. I used to have dreams. We used to have a wall air conditioner that would sit in the window, and we were on the 4th floor of a building. So if I fell from that building, I probably wouldn't die, but I would definitely be hurt. And I kept having dreams that I would wake up and I would be trying to take the air conditioner out of the wall, and the dream would end with me opening the window, and I had my hands on the air conditioner, and it fell out of the window, and I, with my hands still on it, got ripped out with it, which wouldn't happen. My fingers would snap off, no, I don't mean break off. I mean they would just be scraped off, as the air conditioner falls through, unless I had a vice grip on it or something. And then one night I woke up having that dream, actually messing with the air conditioner. I had it in my hands, the window open, and I woke up with probably the air coming in from the night or something. Just I woke up what am I doing? And that was the night the air conditioner came out of the window, and we got portable ones instead that had tubes that went to the window because of that was going on. Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Lots of times you'd come walking down the hall with all the blankets and be really confused and really anxious about something, and I would, you'd be asleep and I had been awake and I'm in the living room or whatever, and I would say to you, what's wrong? What's going on? And it was you wanted to tell me, but suddenly it was gone. You couldn't tell me, and you just go right back to bed. That one happened a lot.
Yeah, and it makes you question.
Just kind of getting up and walking around in your sleep.
It makes you question who you are. That's me in that moment, right? Is there another version of me that takes over in that time that has his own memory? There was a video I watched about that there's some scientific not evidence, but theory that there's actually 2 consciousnesses in every person. And and it's a different one from you, and they're okay with being kind of just along for the ride. It's a different way of viewing the world, the second consciousness. Is that the person that's taking over when I'm asleep, or is it just that when you're asleep your short-term memory just doesn't work? But that doesn't really make sense to me, because I often remember my dreams. So Is that what's going on? I have no idea. It really starts to mess with you. You do something and you don't. It's not even oh, I can barely remember that. It's no, just you went to sleep and shit happened while you were gone. just like a Danganronpa V3 character, doing stuff without telling you. It's so disconcerting. It makes you feel like someone took over your body for a little bit and could have done whatever the fuck they wanted. It's pretty bad.
It's like having a mental illness, though.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with me. The thoughts I have when I'm depressed, are they me? When I want to kill myself out of nowhere, is that me? When I'm feeling hypomanic and I feel like my thoughts are racing, are those my thoughts? Where do they come from, right? Like, it's the same kind of... It's a sleep disorder, but it's kind of a mental illness, too.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it is. For sure. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's it. That's narcolepsy. Yeah, so I don't believe in ghosts anymore. I used to believe in ghosts. I used to think there were ghosts because I used to see things so often. And now I know. It was a big relief getting the diagnosis, and having it all explained. I used to be quite scared of going to sleep and seeing things. There would be so many times that I would just be about to fall asleep and I would open my eyes and there'd be someone standing over the bed looking at me. And the reasons why are that it always seemed to coincide with when I was just about to fall asleep, is because that's when the dream is taking over and the dream is starting before I'm falling asleep properly. Yeah, it fits. It all makes sense. Yeah, it's there. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else I can say about narcolepsy. Maybe I said too much. I don't know. Someone in chat has been asking about lucid dreaming. Have I ever tried it? Yep, and I've had a couple of dreams where I've been able to do whatever I wanted. And they're very real and very vivid. And they have been awesome. It's very enjoyable. But ever since I set up the triggers, I can't do it anymore. I can never do it reliably anyway. Probably because I didn't put enough effort into it, because it's just so hard for me to fall asleep anyway. But ever since I set up the triggers, I couldn't do it anymore. I just wake up too easily, and sleep is just too fragile for me. And I think I prefer it that way. That's why I forgave a lot of the weird reactions and dialogue in Evil Within, because it's well established that it mostly happens in a dreamlike state. And I think I'd be so confused and would just accept a lot of stuff happening. Yeah, it's true. Yep. I just don't know if that makes a good story when they do it that way, right? Unless they embrace that part of it. But I could develop some really scary games. Maybe. Maybe. I do know, though, that's one of the reasons why horror movies scare me so much. Was that because I didn't want to have nightmare fuel. I didn't want to have... Because it would never be the exact same thing that I saw in any scary media. It would be this kind of monster version of them. It would be smashing them together. Yeah. Would Weird Flex But Okay be rude or funny right now? Okay, so that's all the questions. If anyone has any question that was asked a lot during the stream that we didn't get to, please let us know and we'll answer it real quick before we go. Let's see. I'm a Dangan fan and I enjoy you trash talking the games. Does that make me a sundeer? Maybe. I think it means that you're just open-minded and you can enjoy things while other people don't enjoy them. Cthulhucifer, use 100 bits to say sorry to do this, but I'm a maths major. If you cut 20 minutes from an 80-minute video, you cut 25%, not a third. But the video is 60 minutes long, isn't it? Isn't Subnautica 60 minutes long? Oh, I was looking at from the 60-minute, not from the 80 minute. Sorry. Yeah, I did think about saying 25% at the same time. Sorry. Yeah, I know where you're coming from. It occurred to me. Don't worry. Acknowledged. Bloody Hilarious used a bit to say, what kind of game do you want to make, Joe? Oh, so many games. I'd like to make an updated version of Dungeon Keeper, a version of ActRaiser, a Danganronpa style game, something like Stardew Valley. Yeah, plenty. Something like Dark Souls, 2D Zelda. Yeah, there's so many ideas. I have like documents written already for what I want to do, for sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the first couple games are going to be fucking bad. Like, they're going to be learning experiences. They probably won't even be published. Like, we'll see. But yeah, If they're only going to be if they reach a certain acceptable level. But yeah, I think that things are going to have to be iterated. But we'll see. I am 9991000 has resubscribed for 4 months with no message. Thank you very much. I am 9991000. Didn't you sub for more than 4 months before? I've seen your name before. Maybe it ran out or there's a problem. Maybe we spoke about it before. Thank you. I am 9991000. That was an hour ago. Sorry, we got really into answers. Did I talk for a long time about Narc Slips?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Blood here is used a bit to say, to be honest, the anime makes things worse by explaining this because it's even more ludicrous, but without any spoilers, the novels have a more believable side there. There are novels of Danganronpa? Cthulhu Suffer used 100 bits to say, throughout your YouTube career, has anybody, commentator or otherwise, ever shot anything you've said with a truth bullet and convinced you? Yeah, probably. I don't know when. But it's almost certainly happened. There are some statements in the videos that I probably wouldn't agree with anymore. The only one I can think of right now is during the Dark Souls video I said that it's dumb that the dancing sorcerer guy will continue to pelt you with magical spells during the gaping dragon fight. And while I still think it is dumb because it breaks the rules and they should probably change the rules to make it consistent, I think that makes the fight better. Whereas I criticized it in the video for being like this is a shitty problem. Like I didn't say that, hey, I think the fight's actually better with him alive. It makes it more interesting. So that's the only one I can think of right now. But there's probably a few others. Yeah. Action Caterers used some bits to say, I probably mentioned this before, but I highly recommend Swiss Army Man, but telling you why would be a spoiler because its ending makes it great to me anyway. It's on Netflix, by the way. Any movies where the ending made it go from stupid to great? Not that I can think of right now, but I'm pretty tired. I like it when movies, that the ending makes the movie, so I'll probably check it out at some point. Blood to Healer says again, not to spoil anything too much, but I want to know what you would think about Zero Escape's style of storytelling. In short, what it does is present you with world trivia and short stories that happened in the past, which starts off as actual facts, but later becomes rumors, fiction made up just for the game. I hope that's not a big spoiler. Do you think it can be detrimental to the story believability? Not sure. It depends on how it's presented. It could definitely work. Sounds just interesting. I had a dream where I was chasing Tom and Jerry down a staircase when someone told me to stop, and I complied, and then the person stripped me naked and placed pie on my groin area, butt and face. Final image was me watching me eat the pie as I casually talked to this person. Anyone can destruct what this means because I confused. I think it means you want to fuck an apple tree, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or have it fuck you. Kid Primus has resubscribed for 2 months with, I've been falling asleep to your VODs for months. Thanks for the content. Hopefully you don't fall asleep to this one because you might have nightmares. Thank you for the resub, Kid Primus. I'm glad that my voice is still soothing for you all these months later. Thank you, Kid Primus. I should make an ASMR video at some point. Make a dating sim game. Sure. Waifu is you. Waifu is you. I'll use the Dark Souls YouTube money in order to get licenses for every big time waifu from every game, and we'll have the ultimate dating sim like Smash, but with waifu dating. The real question is, how do you beat 25 Metal Gear Rays in European Extreme? It was pretty tough. You just have to memorize a lot of different patterns. Yeah, it's pretty tough. It wasn't easy. I think I died to that more than anything else, but the jet and the vamp fight were really bad too. How do you feel about time as the crucial mechanic to control tension in the game and thereby create horror? Like, even if you can't save, saving doesn't affect the global timer. Ooh, that's interesting. Oh, that one didn't even occur to me. See, there you go. Look how many creative ways there are to do a game, to do a horror game. Like, and if you get caught, you lose time. That sounds cool. You know what's weird though is that I have a game idea that's very much like that, but it's not a horror game. It's every single time you die, you lose some part on the timer and you respawn. Yeah, that's one of the games that I have all written out. But yeah, it didn't even occur to me to do that in horror. That's a cool idea. Look at that. Have I played some of the sea? No, I haven't. Sorry. The story is a vessel to put yourself in, and I think it works extremely well for that. The fact you didn't connect with the protagonist kind of shows how averse you are to how it was presented in Silent Hill 2. Oh, Silent Hill 2 you're talking about. Okay. You got to keep in mind that the game is supposed to be played 2-3 times through at your own pace, giving you time and breaks between attention and incredible score of the game. Really? Because I feel like I would be bored playing it again because the gameplay isn't that good. I know that there are different endings depending on what you do, but I feel like I wouldn't enjoy playing that game again. But maybe not. I don't know. I'm speaking out of just guessing because I haven't played it again, so I'm not sure. Not sure. Have you heard of the game Baba Is You? Check out the trailer. It's really interesting concept. No, I haven't heard of it. Sorry. Baba Is You? That's a weird name. In your restless dreams, do you see that town? Silent Hill. All right, thanks everybody. We got a lot of coins. We can probably buy all of the abilities and probably some love keys, so we don't have to keep saves coming throughout the whole playthrough now. Anyway, yep. So if your question on Patreon was not read out and you did post it, please let us know. And if enough people, if it's not just one person, we will start moving over to Discord to make sure that we have them all. And that's it. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Night, everybody.
Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Max bet and no balls. I have been doing max bet. That's why. Why is max bet? That's what we've been doing the whole time. V3 stream 1 probably tomorrow, but I'm pretty awake right now, so I don't promise, but I'm gonna try and do it tomorrow. Yep. Tomorrow being later today, it's Tuesday for us now, so we should be streaming 12 hours from now. We should be fairly into the stream 12 hours from now, but we'll see. Anyway, see you guys later.